Bulldogs tonight. But Charlie Dixon, he's come into some criticism for going up one-handed at different stages. I understand sometimes he's trying to bring it to ground. But as the forwards coach, given he's been goalless for the last 2 weeks, how have you assessed Charlie Dixon's past fortnight?
I thought Charlie was very good last week and gave us a great contest. We certainly went into the game against Geelong with the tools focus of bring the ball to ground. Much more than them needing to mark the ball, because we'd finally got the squad back together, all the talented smalls, and we know Geelong are a good mark intercepting side. So the focus was very much bring the ball to ground. I mean, we don't ignore, I do see Charlie go with one hand, and it would be nice for him to get the two hands up and mark a few more, but he does give us a really good consistent contest in the forward line. You know, I'd love him to clunk a few tonight and kick a few goals, but also we need his contest and his work rate around the ground. I think his effort and his defensive effort the last 2 weeks has been very good.
Dan Houston is playing his 100th game tonight. I know it's a prelim, but a tremendous effort from Dan. 100 games off the rookie list. He was a forward when he was recruited, became a rebounding defender, has spent time in the midfield. What words would you apply to his journey so far?
It's been interesting. I remember his first year, and to be fair, he looked pretty average as a high forward. When he's come back for the second year, it was almost like, what's the point? But I was coaching him in defence, so I hope it doesn't sound too harsh, but straight away as a defender, he worked on his game and worked on his ground balls and worked on his ability to impact in the air, and he had this courage just to see the game and run and outnumber and get to the contest. And his work the back half of 2018 when I was working with him in defence was outstanding. I think he was second in the comp on loose ball gets behind Rory Laird. He was just getting to everything, and we've thrown him in the midfield a couple of times the last few years, and he's shown some good stuff in there without maybe the longevity of it, but he's still growing as a player. And when he backs himself in, he's a terrific player and really gives us some punch at halfback.
Nathan, Clint Wilden, one last one before we let you go. I'm really interested in Aliir Aliir and what he's been able to do to the side, and I know people have spoken about the impact that he's had, but after a performance like he had first week of the finals, he really grabbed the nation's attention. How does he cope with that? What's he like around the place?
Oh, he's very jovial and got a good smile on him, so I think he's had an outstanding last 3 or 4 weeks. Almost won the game for us against the Crows by himself. He's been playing great footy, and it's a little bit of a point of difference in our defence. And Tom Cleary's very unlucky. He's been a terrific player for us, but kind of Aliir's a little bit different in what he does, and his ability to impact in the air and intercept, and then the score and punch we get off his intercepts has been enormous. I think he leads the comp for most score off his intercepts. So he's been big for us, and hopefully he's big for us again tonight.
We look forward to that. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Nathan Bassett downstairs. Good of him to have a chat with us here on Grandstand AFL. Bulldogs warming up below our broadcast position here at Adelaide Oval. The preliminary final, the second preliminary final coming up here from South Australia, who will meet Melbourne on September the 25th at Perth Stadium. Want to get in touch with us? 0437 774 774 is the number to send us a text, a question, a comment, whatever you have to want to say. I'd love to hear from the Bulldogs fans. What would it mean if your team can get up tonight? And for Port Adelaide supporters, well, certainly they've had a fair wait as well. Perhaps not as long as Melbourne, but yes, looking for their first flag since 2004. What are your hopes for this evening? 0437 774 774. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC News Radio, this is Grandstand AFL.
G'day, I'm Jan Fran.
Absolutely not true.
And we have a quiz show.
Yeah, kinda.
That will put an end to fake news.
Slight overreach.
Catch the new show about getting your facts straight.
It showcases the best new comedians.
Yeah, that bit's true.
And it gives you the tools to tackle misinformation.
Question everything.
People call me misinformation.
Really?
Drop in for a new show with Will Anderson and Jan Fran. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and stream it on ABC iView.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Clint Wilden with you Alongside Ben Cameron at Adelaide Oval, our experts Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson. The teams, as we were told by both the assistant coaches we spoke to in Rowan Smith and Nathan Bassett, no late changes to speak of. Port Adelaide, Sam Powell-Pepper is the Medi sub again, and wasn't he influential a couple of weeks ago when he was used in that role? While for the Western Bulldogs, Anthony Scott, the Med sub there. So put a line through Young and Wallace, and of course Richards from the Western Bulldogs side, while for Port Adelaide a line through Cleary, Mays and Leanett. Building up to the second preliminary final. What's the perfect Medi sub if you were going to use it in a tactical sense? And Sam Powell-Pepper, someone with run at a bit of explosive speed, because it is. I mean, let's be honest, the player needs to be there in case there's an injury, but that's what you're looking for, isn't it?
Well, you're looking for an impact player, absolutely. So it depends on what period of the game that he comes in. Generally, it's probably a mid-forward type player that comes in. Normally, you can sort of shuffle a wing and cover the back, I guess, half of the ground, but geez, didn't he come on against the Geelong game and just tear it apart? I mean, talk about, pardon the pun with Port Adelaide's song, tear us apart. But he came on, he had 8-9 possessions, kicked 2 goals. I mean, the game was done and dusted, to be fair, but that's what you want. I'm actually a Sam Powell-Pepper fan. I think you talk about players that make other guys walk taller. If I was playing with Sam Powell-Pepper, he's one of those guys that you just want to get in the trenches with, and you know that he's got your back, and he's happy to split packs, he's happy to tackle, he chases, he's right in your grill, he makes opportunities for players. They're the players that are going to be important in prelim finals, because they're tough to win. So no surprise he's there again on the back of his impact, but I would have liked him to see him in the team, but who are you going to take out of that last performance? So for me, he is someone that obviously is ideal from that perspective.
I think we spoke earlier about confidence, but he is a genuine confidence player. He's got to get something early. He's got to get a good touch early. He's got to take the body early. If he doesn't, but he can do the occasional silly thing and give away a 50 or give away, he tackles high, he goes in hard. So it is a balance for him, but geez, his ability to come in and hit the contest really hard. But then you're so reliant upon, Clint, aren't you? Like, which part of the ground, if you need to pull that injury or the Medi sub, it's a guess, really. It's a 6'1" player that can pretty much play most positions for you to cover the holes if you get one.
Well, and potentially it's, we're not knowing the background of some of these players. There might be someone that you're just a little bit concerned about, through a midfield or, a small forward. You just think, geez, I'm not sure he's going to get through the game. Like a Fantasia, for example, you might sit there and go, geez, if the game is done and dusted, he might be the one again because he's been injured like they did in the previous game. So, we don't have the intelligence, but there's obviously might be some players that might just be a little bit sore, and you might go, here's an opportunity for us if the game's in control, that we might be able to just slip him in.
0437 774 774. Always love to hear from you. Jeff says, what? No last-minute training mishaps for the Bulldogs? No. Well, they had their issues just getting a training run in as they worked their way around the ground to the right of our broadcast position this evening. Here's not a bad one at all. As we look forward to tonight's final, it'll be interesting to see what do the Bulldogs do up against Aliir Aliir, says Harry Kay. I loved Aliir Aliir's game. I reckon he's the recruit of the year. And fascinatingly, probably took that off the guy that he got traded for with the way that the deal worked with Sydney opening up that spot to get Tom Hickey in. He comes across here to Port Adelaide and he's been nothing short of outstanding. How do you combat an Aliir Aliir?
Well, it's funny because we've watched a fair few games, obviously, at Port this year, and he has been exposed. And Jamo, we've sat here, and I've probably been his biggest critic in terms of what he's been able to do. And you don't necessarily, obviously can't see it from a radio perspective, but even from a TV, from a broadcast point of view. But if you look ahead and what the Bulldogs did last time, and it was actually the first time that the Bulldogs played here, Aaron Norton, if you remember, he tore the game apart in the third quarter, I believe, kicked 3 goals. That was all on Aliir. And what the Bulldogs would hopefully have learned out of that, they've got to change angles of the game. If they go straight line like Geelong did, and most of it was based on the pressure that Port Adelaide were able to put on Geelong, which forced them to kick the ball high and flight it, and that just plays into guys like Lever and May, and you talk about most of the team, Jerry McGovern as well. Those guys that feast on that. Where those guys get exposed is when there's no pressure on up the ground and teams are able to change direction really quickly, either by hand or by foot. And then what happens is that defender who's in front, he can't see his forward, which is in behind. And once the game is in motion, it's very difficult to regain your position again to then get some body on and actually defend. And we sat here, Jamo, didn't it? And we've said it a few times. Jack Riewoldt out here when they Port still won. Jack could have had a night out. They just couldn't quite find him, but he got exposed. That will be something I would hope that the Bulldogs forwards coach would have said to the midfield group, lower your eyes, change angles of the game, and we'll be able to get past this intercepting mark combination of those guys. If they don't, and the Port Adelaide bring the heat that they did against Geelong, he's going to be in for a good night again.
And I think McRae, Liberatore, Bonapelli, Smith, Daniel Back, Bailey, Dale, Dunkley, Hunt, that's the players that can do this to this side. So this is, I'm intrigued to see how, because it has been, I mean, you still got to play and you still got to execute, but we sit here sometimes frustrated and go, are you seriously just kicking it straight to him all the time? You know, like it's so. I think the Western Bulldogs, they're the team that can do it if they can pick up the football and run and throw it around like they do.
How would Port cope if, say, the Western Bulldogs do what we've seen other teams to do with those defences that like the big high-marking defenders, and you play a bit of dirty ball and you literally just run it inside your forward 50 and say, cope with this. Can't lean off your man, can't try and mark this in the air. You have to be good at ground level. How would Port cope with that if the Bulldogs tried something similar?
Oh, I think Tommy Jonas is a shutdown. I think most of their defence, Mackenzie's a sort of a shutdown. We haven't seen them get really exposed this year defensively, Port Adelaide. You know, like they've had their moments, but they've still been pretty strong and pretty sound, so they can adapt reasonably quickly. It's probably just the ability that they've managed or allowed Aliir Aliir to play that particular way. I'd be going through his man majority of the time, you know, like make him seriously and lead up, you know, or get to the side, you know, transition out the other side.
You've got to keep him engaged.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You've got to keep those guys, and once again, the Lever, the Mays, these guys, you've got to keep them engaged. What the AFL, those drop-off defenders are very good at, as soon as you go up into traffic and you're not dangerous anymore, see you later. I'm going to go where the ball's going to go, and I'll just dictate my positioning to where that is. Now, the good, smart forwards might lead up. Yep, that's coming back. I'll re-engage him. I might get in behind him. So I've always got him on the toe in terms of he doesn't know where I quite am. Now, that's always easy to say, but sometimes not easy to coach, and also under the pressure of the game. And it comes to ball movement as well.
Well, who does it then? So if they've got Norton down there, Tim English presumably spending more time down there, Love Shaki as well, possibly. If we then go through the Port defenders and you're looking at Jonas, you're looking at Aliir, Mackenzie to play slightly undersized, who is, or how can they make sure that Aliir is kept accountable?
Well, I'd be surprised if Shaki doesn't get the job early. That would be my gut feel. He's played a little bit more forward. They brought in Gardner to come and cover Keith, so he's not probably going to play back, would be my assumption. I reckon that'd be a great match-up for him. You essentially just tune him up and say, Shaq, tonight is all we need to do is you not let Aliir intercept mark. You compete, you bring it to ground, you don't need to lead up and get into bad positions and let him just drop off. You just keep him engaged, keep him in a one-on-one contest, and let's see whether we can open him up that way. If you start leading up into dangerous spaces, or they throw an extra one up to the stoppage, the Bulldogs, to try and get some ascendancy, that just plays straight into Port's hands.
Just having a look at the lineup, I think, you know, Mackenzie, English, Jonas, Norton, you know, Aliir will be looking for the third or fourth option as well. So that's where it's going to be challenging for Hannon or, you know, whoever goes forward, middle. Burton's tight, but a rebounder. Darcy Byrne-Jones, tight and a rebounder. So I think, you know, Aliir will look for that third or fourth forward to allow him to be able to, I guess, swing across, not as tightly held. as what we all hope that the Bullies are going to do.
Greg from Dandenong throws this into the mix in regards to an ideal Medi sub. A Peter Riccardi type player, the way that Geelong used to use him in the latter part of his career. That's not bad, throwing that one in from a long time ago.
A left footer on the... Where did he play most of his footy? On the wing, wasn't it?
Yeah. Afternoon all. Do you think there would have been an 83-point margin in last night's preliminary final if the 6-6-6 rule had not been in place? I'm 76 years of age. This is Bob from Bruce Rock, not me, though I'm rapidly approaching it. A personal opinion of mine, I believe the centre square and the out of bounds on the full rules are the only two positive rule changes the AFL has made. The rest are a series of confusing adjustments. Speaking to a number of coaches over a period of time, the ability to not throw numbers back. But they actually did try at times, Geelong. And I know Harry Taylor pointed this out when they were absolutely under the pump and they were 40-odd points down. They tried to stem the flow for a little bit by putting extra players back. And the swarm of Melbourne was just too much for them to match. So even though they couldn't do it at the centre bounce, they were still trying to put players back. Harry was like, well, you may as well lose by throwing more forward here because losing by 40 points in a prelim doesn't do you any good anyway.
Yeah, it's easy. I mean, it's only, as you say, at the centre bounce at 6-6-6, and then generally everyone's got a lever that you pull, that the wings slide back, and, you know, like a blitzaz will start wing, he'll slide back, and then a half forward comes up. So it's easy to manoeuvre. But what actually happens, guys, is you put one back, but what happens is now you got Jake Lever at the other end of the ground. So sometimes you compound your problem because you can't actually stem the flow. And what happens is if you're not good enough to use that extra out of that back half, if you win the ball back, all of a sudden you're kicking it back to a 2-on-1 and you've got one of the great intercept markers of this season in Lever and May sitting there picking you off again. So you actually can't get the ball out of your front half. So sometimes you can double down your problem by doing that, even though people think, yeah, let's just throw one back. You've got to be able to manipulate the ball up and through the ground and use that guy. I know when we used to sit in the coach's box, if a team ever did that, it was like full throttle, get a message out, we're going straight for the jugular now, because all of a sudden they're on the back foot. And generally the person that goes back is not a genuine defender. He's just there to sort of plug a hole or try and get involved, and so you can manipulate some of your matchups up there as well.
I heard some commentary today about Geelong. You know, the stand on the mark may have caught them off guard a little bit in terms of their ability. You know, they know they throw it around, and we spoke about, you know, kick mark, but when the opposition have got it, they haven't got the ability to be able to get back quick enough, or haven't with the stand. Like, I hadn't really considered that closely enough in terms of the way in which Geelong play the game, but more so from a defensive perspective. Just slow to get back.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I hadn't thought about that at all.
And I'm not saying it's an age thing. If it's just the way in which they
like to set up.
You know, like, I mean, how different would the result have been last night had Tom Stewart been playing as well too? You know, like, I'm not saying he's at 12. Well, he might be. I mean, he was clearly one of the better intercept marks in the way that he played up until a few weeks ago.
I think it would have been significantly closer. I mean, he's possibly the defender of the competition when he's up and about. But he's an enormous loss for them. I'm not sure anyone was going to stop Melbourne last night with how impressive they were. Yeah. But would it have been 83 points?
He's not going to stop Max Gawn, though.
No.
And when Max Gawn, I said this a number of times last night, didn't I, Clint, that when a 210-centimetre ruckman is doing things that a small forward should be doing, you know it's not your night. I mean, he kicked that goal bursting out of the middle and then takes it out of the ruck, snaps it from the pocket, a snap that Eddie Betts would have been happy with.
The one where it must have been called touch, and I still haven't seen a replay of it. No problems, just like a rover. I'll wheel around onto the right and snap. That was just sensational.
I thought it was clunk mark too in that quarter where he
just threw Henderson away.
Like it was a 2 or 3 on 1 almost at that time that he's been able to do it. And look, if it all falls the way it could possibly, if you're a Melbourne supporter and that gets through, I mean, think about that 7-goal, 8-goal turnaround down at Geelong. Gawn kicks, like, when he's done it in the past where he's missed absolute sitters. And
I was up in Darwin one night where he had 4 or 5 shots from right in front. And sprayed right, sprayed left. It was just unwatchable.
It's a long way down to drop it.
It
It's a
is.
fair margin for error.
And I love his manner too. Like he's a bit of a larrikin, he's a bit goofy, but he's obviously turned into the player he has the last 5 years. He's been outstanding.
He's a big bearded behemoth, and he'll be waiting for whoever gets there from Port Adelaide versus the Western Bulldogs. The cheers you heard in the background, Port Adelaide making their way back down to the rooms after a warm-up. And speaking of being downstairs, Aaron Bryans, what's it like downstairs, Aaron? Good crowd building up?
Yeah, great crowd, Clint, considering there's about 26,500 allowed in the venue tonight. Most of them are already here getting ready for bounce down, and a lot of Bulldog supporters as well. There's a couple of hundred down at the northern end and spread out across the ground, so hopefully they can generate some atmosphere as well. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a false hope for the fans in attendance at the moment. It's beautiful conditions down here, so 15 degrees. The wind that I mentioned before, the westerly wind, has died right off and completely disappeared, and the dark ominous clouds that were in the sky have disappeared into the night. So it looks like everything's perfect for a preliminary final here at the Adelaide Oval, but unfortunately the radar doesn't quite agree with that. We've got a 50% chance of rain across the evening, basically bang on bounce down. The good news is it's up to 1 millimetre's worth of rain, so it could be slippery and dewy out there, but it might not take over the entire contest. But at the moment there's a lot of energy down here and everyone's very excited for what's to come, Clint.
Thanks, Aaron. By the way, the NRL Elimination Final, which is underway tonight, early in the second half, the Sydney Roosters are currently level with the Gold Coast Titans, 18 points apiece. The Roosters did lead by a converted try a short time ago, so the Titans just levelling things up. Early second half in that. 0437 774 774. Brad of West Footscray says, enough about the Cats and the D's, the Dogs and Port, please. Well, Brad, we will say we've had an hour and 40 minutes of pre-game. We started with today, then we had a little touchback on Melbourne, then we're back with today, a little touchback on Melbourne. Now we're going to focus on this game again. There's been plenty of build-up considering, well, for those of us in the West, we normally only get 40 minutes. We've already done that.
Yeah, we've just meandered around, got through it all, covered it all. If the rain does come, who does it favour if either of these two teams?
Yeah, well, Aaron and I, we spoke about it on Grandstand this morning. He was a little concerned that might help the Bulldogs, but I challenged him on the basis that if the Bulldogs, it's very difficult to change your game style when you've been so ingrained with your handball. So if it does become slippery and it does become wet, the ability for the Dogs to maybe change and go to a more territory game in terms of kick versus flicking it around by hand, sometimes that gets fraught with a bit of danger. So, yeah, maybe from a contested situation and a small in terms of demographic, in terms of their size, maybe that slightly goes into the Bulldogs' favour, but if you can over-handball in the wet, and I talking on radio this morning, I remember we actually played the Bulldogs out here, the Crows, in a really wet Friday night game. You might remember it, Jamo, and the Bulldogs continually went from a handball all the time. We just surged the ball, kicked it, socketed it on, got it forward. We ended up winning quite convincingly, and the Bulldogs were up and going at that point in time, and we weren't in the hunt to win the game of footy. But so sometimes it's very difficult to change your MO when you're in that sort of thing when you've played it. So, and it's been a real strength of yours. So, whether they back themselves in from that perspective, but I don't think there'll be a lot of rain tonight. A mill in Adelaide, that'll soak up pretty quickly and it'll become pretty sticky, the ball.
I think Port Adelaide's ability, if they don't move it quick, they transition and they hold on to it across their back half a lot. So, if it does rain, whether they continue to play that style of football, knowing that if the Bullies do get hold of the footy and go back the other way really quickly. So, it's hard to know who it would favour if it does come down with a bit of rain. But
I still like Port's forward line. In terms of if Port get it in there, contested possession in terms of Marks, Dixon, Marshall, Lysette and Laddams bring it to ground, and then you throw in that Mosquito fleet who are all class at ground level. They'll be clean. I mean, we've seen some of, Ratio Fantasia's, pickups, out here, Jamo and Robbie Gray. It could be absolutely, torrential rain, and he's as clean as a whistle with the ball in his hand. So I don't think it, I think it's probably more Port, to be fair. They disagree?
No, I'm not laughing at you. I love our correspondents. They do crack me up. Peter says, you cannot be fair dinkum. Did you not watch that game last night? I did, Peter. Yes, actually. You seriously think if Melbourne are in that sort of form in a week's time, either side tonight will get within a Bulls roar? I'll give you the drum. if you're hoping for a close grand final, you better hope the Bulldogs win tonight because Melbourne will utterly flog Port. We will have to wait and see, Peter. What I do know is whoever does win tonight, if it is the Bulldogs, they will be very happy to get a full week's rest ahead of the grand final. That will definitely help the Bulldogs out. But I do say that Melbourne were imperious last night. No one was going to stop them on that form.
Be a clash of colours if it's Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs, wouldn't it? The royal blue, red and white against the navy blue.
Well, Melbourne
red.
get to pick, don't they? They're first in, so they get to pick. So the Bullies would probably go with their white, wouldn't
They'll
they?
have to be in their white, you would think, or quite possibly. One of the other interesting things about Port is the three names that will always be hyphenated, I think, with Butters, Rosie and Dersma, taken in the same draft as we know. They sort of give Port their spunk, don't they? A little bit of pizzazz, a little bit of whatever on the outside and whatnot. They got them back at the right time, just enough to get some football into them heading into the finals. They've won their last 7 with them. They're 7-1 with all 3 of them in the team this year. The one they lost round 3 against West Coast over in Perth. But when they've got all 3, it feels like they're the complete Port.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it was always a constant conversation here that is 3, as you say, and they were all out, or 2 of them especially were out in Butters and Dersma, and Rosie he's been a little banged up, to be fair, over the last, 2 seasons, and he's just got himself going. And timing's everything. We talk about Richmond in terms of their timing, being able to peak at the right time. Port Adelaide, no doubt, have hit that as well, but you're right, they do. Butters is inside, outside. He's class, he's clean, he can go forward. He adds a little bit more leg speed to that midfield group in Wines and Boak. Dersma, he just runs, the lanes up and down the ground. He gets back, he's courageous. We've seen some of his stuff that he's done one-on-one. He gets back, he fills that hole, and he's a beautiful kick and he overlap runs. Amon's gone to another level through the middle of the ground. He's stepped up, when Butters went out and got his opportunity through the midfield as well. So they've actually got a really nice blend of youth and experience through there, and those 2 that we mentioned in Wines and Boak, they've just been super all year.
I think Butters early, they were talking that Port Adelaide couldn't get there if he wasn't in the side too. Yeah. That's how they sort of felt that the impact he was having on a game. But I think what you'll see with Zach Butters here tonight, and if you haven't seen much of him, he's got a big mouth. Well, and if he's getting a bit of the footy, he's got a really big mouth. So if he's not, he's always a bit chirpy, whereas Rosie's all class. Like if you go Robbie Gray, Rosie's like that. And he's clean when he's on. He is really clean. And to, I guess your point, Campo, Dersma, he is the lane work. And now Bergman does that too. So they've got some good young kids coming through. Fantasia's the one. He's really added to them up in the forward line. But Robbie Gray has had an impact, and he win games. He doesn't need many touches, and he's getting to the age now. He's a bit slower, but geez, they put a seriously good defender on him, and they've got to use him well. And he's got the ability to pop into the middle for a little bit too. So yeah, they're a classy. They've got a classy smaller brigade.
And the story goes, I believe anyway, that Robbie Gray has an interest in moving into the list management space, and I think played at least some role. And maybe these things get overblown in an insistence on taking Zach Butters. I don't know how much, but that's how the story goes, that he was very big on him.
There was some.
Your first point is right. I know he's got a definite interest in list management and that side of things, no doubt about it. As to the influence of maybe going over the cross with Cripsy in terms of list management, I'm not so sure about that. But, why wouldn't you value his opinion, in terms of he's the one out there doing it and he's got to stand alongside him and work with him, so he's a pretty good judge.
Maybe after the first pre-season he's seen Zach Butters, he's thought, you know what, I'm going to claim this. This guy can play a bit. I reckon I'll say I had a hand in this.
Yep, correct.
Em from Melbourne sends us a text, 0437 774 774. Going to sit with the telly on, but listening to the ABC. My favourite special comments, SA team, Jamo and Campo. G'day to Aaron on the boundary. Hoping the bow and arrow appears tonight.
Dersma.
Yeah.
Now, that hasn't been out for a little while.
No, he's put it away. He's run out of arrows at the moment, but I reckon if they get a little sneak in front, I reckon he might pull it out.
Restock the quiver tonight, I reckon, Dersma. So we'll see how that goes. Bill says if it is the Demons and Dogs, it'll be the Double D final. Hope that both teams do front up. We'll have to wait and see. Mark from Adelaide asked an interesting question. He's obviously a Port fan, so he's getting ahead of us here, but if Port win tonight, would they be disadvantaged by not playing at Perth Stadium? They were there earlier in the year, weren't they?
Yeah,
round 3?
They actually lost there to West Coast in round 3. That was back when we thought West Coast might be some shake and we weren't really sure about Port, but the paradigm's flipped on that. And, so that not a great form line there, but I wouldn't think that matters too much. Campo, Jamo, would you think?
Yeah, no. I mean, I guess if you look from an advantage point of view, Port's probably had the advantage in terms of being able to stay at home over the last couple of weeks, sleep in their own bed, not necessarily in quarantine conditions. They can still, mix, I guess, with some sort of normal lifestyle. But, look, it's a grand final. I don't think they'd be too concerned. They'll be more worried about, let's get tonight and we get a great opportunity to win a premiership.
Here come the Bulldogs. They burst on to Adelaide Oval. And they're in their home kit, the blue with the red and white hoops and the white shorts tonight. Still a smattering of Bulldogs supporters at the Cathedral end of the ground. Big test in front of them without, as Scott Camporelli quite rightly pointed out, not just at one end the loss of defender Alex Keith, but at the other the loss of their leading goal kicker in Josh Bruce as well. A lot to overcome, and they've had the Cook's tour of the nation in the last 2 weeks or so, going from Melbourne to Tasmania to Queensland to Perth and now here to Adelaide, whereas they were happy enough to say had some troubles being able to train yesterday when they arrived. But they're out on the ground. Big result last week for them. What a dramatic finish. So much focus, of course, on the likes of Bailey Smith with his spectacular goal in the left forward pocket, but the clever thinking too of Lathlane Vandermeer. Latham did a great job of getting that rushed behind to make sure that the Bulldogs were able to take the lead. And the question marks now on the fitness of their skipper, Marcus Bontempelli. How is the knee? Rowan Smith telling us beforehand that he'll be starting in the middle. They won't be pushing him forward. How will he cope? A lot of eyes around this stadium, indeed around the nation, will be on how he is travelling as the Western Bulldogs warm up to the left of our broadcast position. Tom from Coburg throws this one in. Has Robbie Gray been playing more midfield minutes since he's come back from his injury? It looks that way to the naked eye. You guys watched a lot more of Port Live than anybody else. What do you think?
Well, I don't think it's been sort of by design. I just think what happens is if Robbie's not necessarily in the game, he can sort of lift himself into the middle of the ground. He goes in there to centre bounce because he's a class player in there and he's clean. So I still think the balance is probably more forward than midfield, but they've certainly got that opportunity to throw him in there and use his skill through there.
Yep, same. It's been predominantly forward and probably deep forward too. And then if he is a little bit quieter, he might spend probably in terms of the entirety of the game, maybe a quarter, maybe less than a quarter through the middle of the ground.
Rod Jamison, Scott Camporelli, our experts on Grandstand AFL. Crowd waits. The Port flags wave. The Power about to make their way out onto the ground. The virtual banners, as they are these days, congratulating Dan Houston on 100 games. As Ben told you earlier when you were listening, tremendous effort. Taken at pick 45 in the 16 national draft, the Victorian. His 5th final tonight. As Port Adelaide, they emerge to the pyrotechnics that explode into life around Adelaide. The Power on the grounds. They go in as the favourites against the Western Bulldogs. This was the stage where their season finished last year, losing a tight game to the Richmond Footy Club, the eventual premiers, by 6 points. Can they take at least one step better in season 2021? Ken Hinkley in his 9th season, determined to get this club into a grand final. Let's get the thoughts of our experts about how this will all pan out. The welcome to country and the anthems to come, and I can't wait for the second preliminary final to get underway. But who goes to who wins and how? We've had a lot of chat around this moment, but now let's get Rod Jamison and Scott Camporelli's thoughts here on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and News Radio.
Well, I always say, Jamo, the best midfield wins. I know that's an obvious statement, but this is no truer in terms of this game here. They've got a star-studded midfield, the Western Bulldogs, and they've been the form team really up until probably the last month, and they've just had a dip. And to be fair, most teams in that top four have had a bit of a dip at some stage during the year. Theirs came probably at the back end. But, I expect Willem Drew perhaps to go to Liberatore again. I think that worked last time for him, just to lock one down. He's so important to that, getting the ball from inside to outside. And that midfield battle in terms of field position is going to be really important. That ruck contest between Lycett and Martin's going to be really important as well in terms of getting field position. But I just find it hard at this point in time to see where the Bulldogs' goals are going to come from. If they get enough supply, maybe they can manufacture it. If they don't, and they only have 40 to 45 inside 50s, I'm not sure just Aaron Norton's going to be the one that can get it done with Cody Wakeman not being there.
I went back and had a look at round 23 just to see how the Bullies went, and they started really well. Port Adelaide only had one goal to half-time, and they were able to get across the line by 2 points. But when you have a look where the goals came from, for the Bulldogs, it was Ting English kick 2, Lockie Hunter 1, Waitman, who's not playing tonight, 1, Treloar 1, Bontempelli 1, Dunkley 1. So it wasn't a big scoring game. Defensively, we know both sides are very strong. In fact, the final four teams are the best four defensive teams in the competition. So I think that's where I think they're going to get enough of the football. It's just who's going to score, and I think it's going to be a spread again. And I think, Norton, as we know, is going to be we talk about Aliir as to where that'll end up. Shaki as to how he's going to impose on the game, and is he going to be a target up forward? We know the midfield's got the ability to run and spread and use the football and kick forward because they've done it in round 23 and they've done it on multiple times. But Ollie Wines has had an unbelievable season. Does someone like I would have thought Liberatore might go to him to try and even shut him down. Boak gets a lot of the football. I'm seriously intrigued as to how the matchups are going to happen in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, and both teams score really well from turnover. So, 60% of the score comes from there. You get a lot of opportunities from there. The Bulldogs are ranked 1 in that part of the game, and so throughout the year. So over the course of the year, they've got that part of their game really solid. So, and they do that by, which is probably the Achilles heel for Port. They do change the angles of the game. They lower their eyes. They back their skill. If you have a look at that midfield group, that half-back line of the Western Bulldogs, they do use the ball really well, and they're not prepared just to give it up. Caleb Daniel, one of the best kicks in the competition. He'll just open up. We saw some of those kicks last week. There's probably only half a dozen players in the competition that can kick the ball like he does consistently and make a difference. He's a wonderful player. He's going to be important off that half-back line tonight in terms of being able to get through Port's defensive mechanism. But Port's forward line looks really dangerous for me. Dixon, number 1 contested mark player in the competition. Everyone's critical sometimes that, but we heard Nathan Bathurst talk about his ability just to compete and bring the ball to ground. And then that mosquito fleet goes to work. Rosie, Gray, Fantasia. They're really dangerous at ground level. They've got much more firepower for mine tonight, so I think it's going to be a tough one for the Bulldogs to win.
And just one of the stats we're reading early too, the contested stuff we saw here, that Port Adelaide haven't lost a game when they've won the contested football, but Western Bulldogs are number 3 in that area too. So it's only an indication, but we'll keep an eye on that too as to how Port Adelaide are faring, and then obviously how they are tracking with their goals. They are renowned for being slow to start, and they've had a week off. So that would be the area of concern for me as a Port Adelaide supporter. Just how are they going to come out, and then how will they respond? We know at some point in the game they're going to come back, and they've shown that. That's just the way and the style in which they play. If they come out of the blocks really hard and fast, I just don't think the Bullies have got enough to get back, here again at Adelaide Oval.
Well, and the other thing too, when you look at the stats, in terms of uncontested mark, the Bulldogs are ranked 16th, so they give up a lot of uncontested mark chains for the opposition. Yeah. That's fraught for danger when it comes to Port Adelaide. We've seen games here during the year, Jamo, where Port are able to dictate in terms of owning the ball, time in possession, not allowing teams to either get the ball back and they just shift angles and they are able to get it inside their forward 50. That's going to be something that the Bulldogs are going to need to tighten up on. They do play a sort of a soft zone type scenario. They need to get up quick and shut that part of the game down.
So do we have a definitive outcome in terms of who is going to win? I'm really struggling. I think for me, I think Port Adelaide, because it is at home and they have had the week off, their list is healthy as it has ever been. And we've spoken about the players that are not in that side tonight for the Bulldogs. Alex Keefe is just a big loss in the back half. Waitman up forward. We know the pressure that he can apply. And look, Josh Bruce has been out for a couple of weeks now. It's their ability to be able to, bring it to ground, not dissimilar to the way Port Adelaide play. I just think the spread in the middle for the Bullies they do use the football well. Port Adelaide can tend to play around with it across the half-back, and then they'll go forward and hard and fast. How the Aliir Aliir contest will unfold. Will Charlie Dixon kick a goal tonight too? So it's going to be tight, but probably just, for me, will be Port Adelaide.
Yep. You're both with Port. Ben, where are you?
I think it'll be Port. I think Port will make it through to the grand final to take on Melbourne.
Port for me. So Port Adelaide fans should be biting their nails with that news that the entire grandstand team has gone for the power.
You'll be glad you're on the 7 o'clock if Port get done, though, I tell you.
Exactly. We'll be sneaking out of the stadium and sneaking out of the state if Port Adelaide get done on that. They'll be blaming us for sure.
And that'll be a late plane ride if they get rolled.
That's right. There's a good reason, an extra reason to wear a mask if that's the case. Aaron Bryans is on the boundary for us. Aaron, welcome along. What's it like downstairs?
Yeah, thanks, Clint. The crowd is building beautifully down here, and it's getting pretty electric in terms of the atmosphere that's surrounding. Obviously, both teams out there warming up at the moment. No late changes, which was great news for Bulldogs fans who were concerned about Marcus Bontempelli. As you mentioned before, we learnt in the pre-game that he will be starting in the middle, and he warmed up with the midfielders as well. Steph Martin and Tim English both got to go practicing their ruck tapping as well, so I imagine that they'll take turns up against Lysett and Laddams. The final stages here before the anthems, Clint, and we're building up to what's going to be a special game. The good news in terms of an update on the weather at the moment is that whilst conditions are perfect, we were concerned about the rain coming. The radar, the latest update, is looking promising for us. It looks like the 50% chance of showers could just pass by Adelaide, in which case we could be in for a really pristine preliminary final here at Adelaide Oval.
Certainly hoping for your case, Aaron, that the rain stays away. Or you can join Bridget Lacey, who it seems to rain on every time she's on the boundary with us in the West. Ben?
Yeah, 26,000 fans, I'm led to believe, so a somewhat arbitrary figure, but that's what we've got here at the Adelaide Oval for the final tonight. Virtually every second row.
It's still a spectacular look. It is a spectacular ground. The cathedral lit up to the left of our broadcast position. Both teams continuing to go through their warm-ups. Bulldogs just down to the left of where we're calling from. The cross half forward at the river bank stand end of the stadium as Port Adelaide put their final preparations in place. If you've just joined us, there are no late changes. Sam Powell-Pepper, again, the Port Adelaide Medi-sub, was so influential in terms of the scoreline, if not the result, last week when he came on, or 2 weeks ago for Horatio Fantasia. While for the Western Bulldogs, it's Anthony Scott. The Bulldogs making 2 changes for this game. Cordy comes in because of the injury to Keith. Waitman out with concussion. Lewis Young omitted. Stephen Martin is the most interesting of those ins. His first full game since round 7. He did have a cameo appearance for a half and a bit against the Fremantle Dockers. He's had so many problems: Achilles, hip, shoulder, groin. But he's a beast in the ruck. And they've decided that the risk versus reward, it will count in his favour for the Western Bulldogs. He plays tonight. His battle up against Scott Lysett will be one to watch, giving plenty of support for Tim English. Just still 24 years of age, the developing Bulldogs ruckman. Port Adelaide, they're at home. They've had the week off. They haven't had to travel. That's something that the Bulldogs have had to do an awful lot of in the last 2 weeks. They've been around the nation. How will they be able to cope with that? Both clubs will put behind them the last week or so in a few moments' time. There's a spot in the grand final up for grabs against the Melbourne Football Club. Will it be Port? Will it be the Bulldogs? We're not too far away from finding out. Let's head downstairs.
Welcomes you to the second preliminary final between Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. The AFL acknowledges the Gawn people as the traditional owners of the land we gather on today and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contributions to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. The AFL invites you to direct your attention to the big screens for the welcome to country.
Namani actually. Ne kotika ni nyar kumayarta na. Thanda wo mayarta. Nyari wind kadna cha. Nyai miena, malawra miena. Jibrok yenanga. Kala tawala. Ma. We welcome you to the 2021 Toyota AFL Final Series.
Now please join the coaches, the players and the umpires for the Australian National Anthem.
Both teams arm in arm, standing close by each other, and now they break. Port to the right, the Bulldogs to the left of our broadcast position. Marcus Bontempelli, eyes shut during the national anthem, soaking in the experience as the two captains make their way. Bontempelli from the left, Jonas from the right into the centre circles for the toss of the coin.
Got an eye for fashion, Clint, too. I don't know where Bonch just washed his hair or he's gone the perm. It's nice and curly for him.
It is. He's also just had a little bit of a touch-up to the sides. Nicely shorn. What's happened down there, Benny?
So the coin has just gone up in the air and Tom Jonas and Marcus Bontempelli just having a look at it. Looks like we might need a second toss of the coin. We're going to have a take two. So a false start. With the toss of the coin, up it goes again. And perhaps this time Tom Jonas has won the toss and Port Adelaide will kick to the city end of the ground.
I've seen that happen at the bounce before. I've not seen that happen for a toss of the coin.
Has Port Adelaide gone the double header, have they?
Maybe.
They did inspect the coin as if it was...
Yeah, right.
Port fans stand as one.
The stadium's only half full, but how full does it look?
Yeah, it looks great.
but a raucous noise nonetheless. Strap yourself in, the second preliminary final. Here we go. Port versus the Bulldogs. Ben Cameron to get us started.
Bontempelli starts in the middle. Martin and Lycett. Martin wins the tap down. Liberatore gives it off to Bontempelli. He drives the Dogs inside 50. Launching Hannon. Can't take the mark. Vandermeer's there. Gives it off to McRae. Short kick to Treloar. Little bouncing handball to Smith. Hooks it back towards full forward. Bringing it down Norton. Loose footy. Going after it Hannon. Getting involved once again is Vandermeer. He's stripped of it and taken to ground. And the umpire will come in and ball it up. Right forward pocket here for Port. No score through the opening 30 seconds on Grandstand AFL.
Ball put up into the air. Lycett gets the telling tap. Liberatore throw a boot at it towards full forward. English and Norton were there. English picks it up, gives it out to Smith. What a start for the Bulldogs. From the right forward pocket, he snapped immediately. And they're on the board in the opening minutes. Goodness me. They go inside forward 50, they get a goal. The Bulldogs up and about early on Grandstand AFL. 1 straight 6. Port yet to go forward of centre.
Well, a centre bounce clearance got him the field position, and then it was on. The forward pressure was great. English, he was the one that competed and got the ball to ground, but Bailey Smith, he's continued on his goal-kicking form from last week. They'd be disappointed with that, Port. Bailey Smith started as a forward. He's had a couple of early touches. You can see here, Darcy Byrne-Jones was the one that's defending him. He got sucked into the contest and left Bailey Smith just on the outside. You can't leave quality players like that in front of goal.
And the bot straight into the middle. He was the one that got the clearance. Aliir Aliir onto English. He's going to have to stick with him. He only got the one hand to it to bring it to ground, didn't he? And you've got Norton at full forward, McKenzie on him.
Shocking bounce back in the middle. It'll come back. We'll do it again.
Easton Wood on Robbie Gray at the other end.
Bulldogs have started games well this year. They've won 19 first terms as Lycett wins the tap. Going after it, Boak. Coming the other way, Byrne-Jones is able to win it. Losing it, Butters. Now Bontempelli for the Dogs. Off to Martin, then Liberatore. He loses it in a tackle. Out to Wines. Port go the other way. Direct towards full forward. Going up, trying to take the mark, Marshall. Can't quite complete it. Gardner brings it to ground. Rosie onto the loose footy in the forward pocket for Port. Gives it off to Dixon. Shanks his kick. And off hands, it's out of play. Last touch from Drought. So a throw in, right forward pocket for Port. The Bulldogs 1 straight 6. Port Adelaide yet to score. We've played 2.5.
Just Connor Rosie there, Clint, just makes it look easy. On the boundary line, one hand keeping the football in. Just really clean.
Dixon up against Martin. Won it down. Cray's kick was smothered. They'll look to work it away here. Eventually through Dale, then Liberatore. Beyond defensive 50, the Bulldogs. It's a good mark. Taken there by Rourke Smith. He's got it at left half back. Towards centre wing, commentary side, and Byrne-Jones sees it over the boundary line for a throw-in.
You can see already, even out of that first centre bounce, Jamo, and even from there, they're not prepared to kick it high, the Bulldogs. You see they're always trying to just lower their eyes, which is probably what we thought going into the game.
Hush descends on Adelaide Oval as Martin wins it down. Socket forward there by Hunter. Gets it on to Smith, the goal kicker. Bailey Smith inside forward 50. Great mark. Norton had 2 bites at it. Diving back to his left, was able to control the football. He'll bob up and have a shot. 45-degree angle left of centre. He'll be kicking from 45 out.
Well, for me, the Bulldogs just look really clean. The way that they're using the football, both hand and foot. You said Campo too. It is low. English was in that contest with Aliir Aliir. Aliir threw him away, but you've got Norton, another big key forward, was able to stand up.
Aaron Norton, 44 goals for the season. We're right behind this kick. Not quite what he was hoping for this time. Kicking it behind. 1-1-7 the Bulldogs. Port yet to score. What a start from Bailey Smith though. Again, as you heard, kicking the goal, and then the inside 50 for that opportunity for Norton.
Houston with the kick in. Heads towards the logo. Big pack forms. No mark taken. All down at ground level. Trying to get involved. Bailey Dale. Eventually the ball spits out to Duray. Gets a handball to Johannesson. Forward handball to Bontempelli. Little fumble. Cleverly slaps it on though. Treloar onto the loose footy. Left forward pocket for the Dogs. Kicks it to the goal square. Looking for a marker and taken. Close to the goal post. Vandermeer has got it. In the right forward pocket for the Dogs. He kicked that critical point at the end of the game against the Lions. And he kicked an important early major here.
Just great use of the body.
There goes the check side and bends it through. So the Dogs with the dream start. They're 2-1-13. Port Adelaide yet to score through the opening 5 minutes here on Grandstand AFL. The second prelim final from the Adelaide Oval. Clint Wilden, Ben Cameron, our experts, Rod Jamieson and Scott Camporelli.
Well, you just look at the stats in the first 2 or 3 minutes of the game. Port have only had 7 possessions, the Bulldogs 23, and that pivotal number, contested possession, Bulldogs 10-3 already. They're really getting their hands on the ball, 4 inside 50s to 1. Port Adelaide haven't really had any flow in the game whatsoever at this point in time, and it's all come off the back of their stoppage wins at the moment.
Port fans realise a problem could be brewing. They try to urge their team on. It's a sensational start for the Bulldogs. Martin in the middle against Lycett once more. They stare at each other across the centre circles. Good bounce from the umpire this time. Lycett won it down. Dunkley taps it on. Bontempelli not tackled by Drew. Ball spat out the side. Gathered in there nicely again by Gray. Always busy, and he's wrapped up by Dunkley. Ball up.
He went into the centre then too, Clint. So maybe just with the Bulldogs on top at the moment, get the experience in the middle.
Lycett clean possession down to Boak, had it stolen away. McRae went back by a hand. Umpire spots a free kick. It was McRae's. Taken high, and he'll have it in the middle of the ground. It's the Bulldogs. They've done all the scoring. They lead by 13 points. 7 gone in the first.
McRae gives it off to Daniel, cruising by on the left. He goes inside 50 in the Martin direction. Doesn't complete the mark. Norton slaps it away. Now Port have the numbers. Dersma. Handball back to Amon, then to Bonner. Kicks to the wing. Wood waits there and marks for the Dogs. Pokes it short. Finds Hunter. Forward handball to Bont at left half forward. Kicks long and high towards full forward. Norton flies. And the astronaut through the Adelaide air. Through the night sky, he takes the mark. 15 out, directly in front.
And you had Shackey then on Aliir Aliir too, just too busy in the contest, just keeping him away, allowing Norton to have a really good run at it. So they've really set up well, the Bullies.
Well, they'd be, and also, to be fair, Trent McKenzie really poor. Aaron Norton jumps at the ball. He had no body contact on him whatsoever.
He's kicked a goal in his last 8 games. Norton comes in on his left and gives the Bulldogs the dream start. They are away and running in this prelim final. 3-1-19. Port Adelaide. Zilch. Nort yet to score through the opening 7 minutes here on Grandstand AFL. Rod Jamieson, Scott Camporelli, what can Port do?
Well, they've just got to get their hands on the footy, Ben. That's where it's got to start at the moment. They're in the middle. Drew, Boak. You got Eamon in there and Lycett just having a chat amongst each other. They need to win it out of the centre at the moment. They don't even get their hands on it.
Well, Liberatore's had 5, McRae's had 4, Lockie Hunter's had 3, Bailey Smith's got his hands on it. All that midfield brigade's got their hands on it, and their key forwards of Norton's had 2 contested marks already.
8 minutes into this first quarter, 6-1 inside 50s in favour of the Bullies.
Martin and Lycett again. Bounce of the footy. Martin flew early. Lycett palmed it down for Port. Dunkley's able to gather. Umpire spots a free kick. It's going Port's way. They come back to Boak. Has it on the commentary edge of the centre circles. They'll send it inside forward 50 into the right forward pocket. Ball hits the deck. Dixon out after it. Couldn't gather. Bergman could. Hand pass too hot there. Trying to work it away, Rosie. Then gathered by Motlop. Stolen by Bailey Smith. Just ripped it out of his grasp. Kick towards centre wing commentary side. Tapped down by McKenzie for Port. Then to Burne-Jones. Now Houston. Game 100. Does well. Got away from the attempted tackle. Kicks towards right half forward. Up and marking. Great defensive grab. Needed to be there too, Gardner. Strong effort up against Dixon. He's got it in the left back pocket for the Bulldogs, who lead by 19 points. 9 gone in the first.
His immediate opponent too. Great strong mark.
Gardner kicks to the wing. Jonas, the Port Adelaide captain, he steps up and takes the intercept mark. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Finds Motlop. Gives it off to Bonner. Wants to look out towards the eastern wing. That's where he heads. And finds the chest of Fantasia. So Fantasia on the eastern wing will wheel and kick long inside 50. Looking for Dixon. English gets his hands to it. Spills down for Bailey Dale. Handball to Caleb Daniel, then back to Bailey Dale. Good kick beyond defensive 50.
Great
and he
kick.
finds the chest of Bailey Williams.
So Williams.
Downfield.
Yep. Get himself 50 metres.
Is it someone knocked Norton over, was it?
McKenzie knocked Norton.
So he'll be brought just forward of the logo. Front of the Max Bashir stand. Directly opposite our broadcast position. Goes short towards the attacking edge of the centre square for the Bulldogs. Hunter marks. Plays on. Off a step. Inside forward 50. Stretching Hannon. Drags in the footy in the left forward pocket. This is all one way at the moment.
Just came off the interchange bench actually too, so timing, he just snuck on down there. But what you've seen the Bulldogs too, those two kicks with a 50, just low, hard, penetrating, get to where it needs to go in a real hurry, and it makes it seriously hard for any defender.
He'll be kicking from about 30 out, slightly worse than a 45-degree angle to the left. Hannon starts his approach. 11-11 for the season, make it 12-11, he puts it through. It is all the Dogs. A dominant start to this preliminary final. They're wiping the floor with Port at the moment. They're 4-1-25. Port yet to score. And we haven't even gone past the 12-minute mark of the first term.
Well, we talk about the Bulldogs, their skill level. They're kicking at 83%. I mean, that's unbelievable in the first 5 minutes of a prelim final. Normally it's hot, contested, it's hack forward, it's field position, it's, a lot of over handballing at times, but they've just been really fluent. 7 inside 50s and 4 goals won. So not only are they getting in there, but they're efficient. And that's really important at the start of an away prelim final to take the crowd out of it. And we talk about the travel. I'm not sure they're worried about the travel at the moment, the Doggies.
Mitch Hannon, a former D, wants to play in a grand final against his old side.
Yeah.
Played in the 2018 prelim.
There's always a story, Ben. There's always stories.
Bounce in the middle. English into the ruck. So too Laddams. No decisive tap. Liberatore tackled by Drew. Taken to ground. Ball spits out. The umpire wants to bring it back. Umpire Matt Stevic. Umpires Roseberry, Stevic and Finlay in charge of this.
3's one apiece, but doesn't have to be equal for this crowd to get a little noisy.
English wins the tap, then follows up, loses it under pressure, getting involved. Smith gets a handball away to Rourke. Smith kicks a high ball to half forward for the Dogs. No mark taken there by Hannon. Aliir there. So too Jonas. He's tackled to ground. Hannon takes him down, the goal kicker. And we'll get a ball up just inside the attacking 50 here for the Bulldogs. It's barely been down at the city end of the ground. The end Porter attacking.
One down by Laddams. Straight though to a Bulldog. Trelaw's underneath it. Got wrapped up immediately. Houston one way, Drew the other. Throwing aloft again across half forward for the Bulldogs. Laddam wins it down again. Liberatore got in the way. Hand pass to no one in particular. Fantasia couldn't gather. Daniel could. Kicks up into the air. It'll go inside forward 50. Bounces between a group of players. Jonas is able to manufacture a kick beyond defensive 50. Into the centre square it goes. Dale took it. Got tackled. Wrapped up. Great effort. Rosie got him. And the Port fans cheer. One of the few good moments they've had so far. The kick from Rosie towards right half forward. This is Dig. He's tackled and pinged. Incorrect disposal going the other way. Locking him in, Cordy. Good involvement back into the team this week. He goes to Daniel across half back. Dangerous kick. Dale's done well. Sends it to the outer side.
Looking for Bailey Smith, who's able to gather here for the Dogs. Feeds a handball forward to Johannesen. Now he looks inside 50, trying to find Shaki. Aliir drops the mark. He's been pated, in fact, by the umpire. So he'll get it back for Port in their left back pocket.
This is probably the Bulldogs' worst kick of the night thus far, just completely missing the target, allowing Aliir the space, and that's another poor kick. Team English intercepting.
Shocking kick from Aliir. He turns it straight over. So English for the Dogs. Kicks laterally. Able to find Bailey Dale. And now looks long. His kick smothered on the mark. Will this open it up for Port? No, because it's gathered again for the Dogs here by Bailey Williams, who kicks long inside 50. Trying to find Norton. Can't drag in the mark. Loose footy. Bontempelli onto it. Snaps the goal. It's a high five to start for the Dogs. They're 5-1-31, leading Port, who have not scored. At the quarter hour mark of the opening term in this prelim final, and alarm bells are going off everywhere in Ken Hinckley's coach's box.
Oh, well, I'm looking at the stats here, Jamo, and as a coach at the moment, everything would be lit up in red in terms of forwards, backs, midfielders. They're getting smashed around the clearances. They've had no field position. Their contested possession 11-23, 4 inside 50s to 11, but they're scoring at ease. 5 goals, 1 from 11 inside 50s. You can see Bulldogs, and we spoke about it, they're not prepared to kick it high and long. They're going to lower their eyes. They're going to make it a ground ball game. And you can see Bontempelli, he's here. Bergman was his direct opponent, fumbled the ball, and there's no substitute for cleanness and class.
It's a romp so far for the Bulldogs. English with the more telling tap. Out to Liberatore. Now a chance for McRae. Gets a kick towards left half forward. Houston couldn't gather first time. Went up the second time. Got it away. Looking to work it out. Burton stolen from him. Came back in the direction of Houston. Did he get a little nudge?
Holding the ball.
It's gone the other way. Yeah. Holding the ball.
Incorrect disposal.
Yeah, towards Bailey Smith, who's been everywhere. This will be disposal 7 for him. Bring him alongside Liberatore. It's the leading possession winner. Goes to McRae at left half forward. He'll put it deep into the left forward pocket. Aliir goes up, got a fist to it this time. Sees it over the boundary line for a throw in. 40 out from the Bulldogs attacking goal. This has been where the ball has been the entire game, down the scoreboard or the cathedral end. To the left of our broadcast position, it's the Bulldogs by 31 points. Yes, you heard that right. 17 gone in the opening term.
So English and Laddams. Laddams works to the front, taps it to himself, gets a handball away to Wines. He's taken it ground. Ball comes out to Dunkley. Snaps towards goal. Across the face it goes. Bonner gets back, puts his fist through it. Ensures it's only a minor score. 5-2-32 the Dogs. Port Adelaide yet to score. We've played 17 in the opening term.
Bonner short. And they move it to Houston, who goes out to Burton, who marks hard up against the boundary in the right back pocket for Port. Disposals 59-27 in favour of the Western Bulldogs. The kick beyond defensive 50. This is going to be paid to Boak.
It's only his second possession.
Ryan Burton normally very clean with his football, just a bit high. Boak had to sit under it.
Free against Liberatore. Boak kicks down the line, going up. Dixon got a hand to it, couldn't mark. Cordy tries to see it towards the boundary line. It bounces off his shin and then tumbles over the line for a throw in right half forward for Port Adelaide.
Well, we spoke about the midfield. Bailey Smith 7, Liberatore 7, McRae 6, Bailey Dale off half back with 5, and Port's midfield hasn't touched it. Trevor Boak 2, Ollie Wines 2.
Thrown back in. Both rucks had a touch. Liberatore got it back to Dunkley. Throws it on the boot for the Bulldogs towards left half forward, and then punched over the line by Bonner. Said left half forward for the Bulldogs, who lead by 32 points. The inside 50s, 12 to the Bulldogs, 4 to Port so far.
If I'm trying to sell hope, last time they met it was 5-1 at half-time to the Dogs.
Port were playing a little bit better, but just couldn't hit the scoreboard in that game. But they need to get moving.
Latham sweeps a handball to Wines, who drives it long inside 50. Butters goes up. Right there with him is Wood. He fists it out of play for the Dogs. So a throw in, 47 around from the Port Adelaide goal. Haven't had a lot of opportunities. Port Adelaide. It's a 5th inside 50 for them. Umpire spins it in. Martin to the front. Palms it back boundary side. Coming through Liberatore. Getting involved Treloar. Back feeds a handball to Wood, who kicks beyond defensive 50 for the Dogs. Loose footy here. Hunter onto it. Kicks the Dogs forward of the wing, looking for Hannon, who marks.
Hannon hard up against the boundary. He'll trot back through the interchange gates to take his way onto the field again. Pauses for a moment. Name players to go forward. Goes on a short run. Gets the kick past Jonas. Inside forward 50. Aliir behind Shackey. He takes the mark.
It's the first time they've gone there.
Oh no, dangerous kick into no man's land. Trying to work it out. Rourke Smith threw it on the boot. Burn Jones was able to intercept to Bergman for Port, to Marshall, and the Power get out of trouble.
Into the middle of the ground they go. Willem Drew takes a sliding mark. Now they break down the eastern wing. Butters is in space, receives the mark, looks inside 50. Duray trying to get back. Coming across Rosie, he can't complete the mark. Out of play it goes, a throw in right at the junction of the 50 and the boundary line.
Well, it was a poor option. He kicked as soon as he knew he was going to go long. The Bulldog defender just dropped off and made it a 2-on-1. They need to honour, which is what the Bulldogs are doing at the other end of the ground. They're just hitting the easy, short ones on the lead-up.
Thrown back in. Again, the Bulldogs are able to clear their defensive 50. Laddams couldn't pick it up at his bootstraps. Smith could. Tried to work it out, and Laddams just hacks it forward. It'll bounce about a metre in from the boundary in the left forward pocket for Port, and then go over for a boundary throwing. There are players in the vicinity. Port needs something, and they need it quickly. Their fans trying to find their voice. Thrown in again. Probably Dixon with the more telling tap. Worked it down. The snap from Wines! It's just what Port needed. Ollie Wines gathered the footy, threw it on the boot, and from about 35 out and pretty much in front was able to kick a desperately needed goal. The home team with their first of the preliminary final. The Bulldogs are 5-2-32 to Port, 1 straight 6. The lead is cut to 26 points, 21 minutes gone in the first.
Well, you called it, Clint. Who's going to stand up and who's going to do something at this point in time? And once again, Ollie Wines has been the guy. This year's been phenomenal in terms of what he's done. He's grabbed most of the games this year and put them on their back and got them over the line. And, you know, a great forward 50 goal. I mean, he just came through the contest there. It was Jack McRae, who was his direct opponent. He was just too clean, just tapped it to his advantage and then snapped it over his left shoulder. I mean, great finish, but that's exactly what Port needed, just to take the pressure off them and get a score on the board, just to get themselves going.
Stephen Martin was the one that got his hand to it and won the football. Just well read, Ollie Wines.
Martin and Lycett in the middle. No decisive tap. Martin fights after it at ground level. Lycett over the top of him. Lycett drags it back in. Umpire Matt Stevic says holding the ball. So holding the ball against Martin. And Lycett wins the free kick, gives it off to the left-footed Bonner, who chips it short to the goal kicker Wines. Almost the attacking edge of the square, a low ball towards full forward, launching at it Laddams, doesn't quite drag it in. Dersma's there front and square, spits it out to Gray, runs straight into a brick wall. Eventually out to Boak, handball to Rosie, now at half-forward Port. They lose it, Liberatore comes up with it. He kicks the Dogs towards the wing. Good mark, Aaron Norton. Takes the chest mark, and the Dogs with it on the wing.
Good contest against Burton. They both went at it. Norton ended up with the football. He moves it short. Now this is Shaku. Pauses. Centre wing, commentary side of Adelaide Oval. We'll head towards left half forward. Johannesson tried to win it down. Aliir going through. Bounced away from him. Taken by McRae of the Bulldogs. Sends it inside forward 50. Coming out to mark Smith. He's at the top of the attacking 50, plays on quickly, into the right forward pocket. Vandermeer can't mark. Bonner's done well to bring it to ground as he see it over the boundary line. Umpires say play on, and then a thumping tackle. Lycett absolutely locked up his opponent and brought him to ground. He monstered Vandermeer. He took him on and said, "You're going nowhere."
I think he lost his feet too and he just ran straight into him. Just a big bear hug.
That's what he looks like at the buffet, I reckon. He just gets his plate and just puts him on there.
You'd be excused if you were Vandermeer and you were fighting for your breath back after that, after giving away the free kick too.
I think he was winded with good reason. So Bonner at left half back for Port Adelaide, retreats back to Jonas in the left back pocket.
Scott wasn't in a hurry to get off him either, by the way.
Jonas goes short to Burton, who switches it to Dersma. Norton tracks Aliir around the back. You hear the appeals for the 50-metre penalty. Dersma sends Port towards the wing, broadcast side of the ground. Duray in front of Marshall, no mark taken, out of play. And a throw-in right in front of our broadcast position on this western wing. 5-2-32, plays 1 straight 6, the Dogs with the first 5.
If you're down and you're looking for something to give you a boost, tackles like that, how important?
Yeah.
Oh, critical, yeah.
Thrown back in, here is Lycett, winning the tap down. Dunkley tries to emerge with it, might have been tackled. Umpire says play on. Port are happy with that. Gray gathers it, gives it to Boat, kicks inside forward 50. Spoil came at the back from Gardner. Umpire says play on again. Port have ended up with it once more. This is Rosie, elects to be clever. He just measures the kick to Bergman, who marks 52 out. He'll pop it into the left forward pocket. That's a beautiful pass. The lead was from Boak. Out into the left forward pocket. It was honoured. And Boak marks 40 out from goal, let's say. Tighter than a 45-degree angle to the left.
Well, that's just elite work rate, isn't it, too? He ended up here. He won the football. He was involved in it, and he's worked so hard. Port Adelaide through Rosie, wins the football, calm head, could have snapped away, would have been 40, 50 out, lands in the goal square, but yeah, you've got someone with experience having a shot.
So here comes Boak. Kick on its way. It's missing to the left-hand side. Minor score to Port. They're 1-1-7. The Bulldogs are 5-2-32. 26 gone in the first.
Boak during the week spoke about the fact that the 2 prelim final losses have been the worst or hurt him the most in his career. Bailey Dale with the kick in. Here's a bad one out of bounds on the full. Over the head of Duray. So Laddams with the kick. 60 from home for Port. Sets it up to the pocket. Dixon! The big man goes up with 2 hands and clunks it. Deep in the right forward pocket. And sets up immediately as if he'll snap on the left.
Bailey Dale just got caught. He was running at it, wasn't he, too? And then just had to backpedal. Charlie read it well and just stood there in an easy clunk.
Port need Dixon to deliver on the left. He hits the belly of the ball. It goes straight up towards the goal square. Swatted towards the line. Mopped up there by Daniel, who will weight his kick beautifully to Hannon. That was a thing of beauty, and the Dogs emerge from their defence.
Oh, big collision out of side. Coming one way, Jonas, the other, Johannesson. The Jays battle it out, and Johannesson ends up with it. Good courage shown. He kicks down the line. Aliir out after it, juggled it once, twice, and then takes the mark. Between left half back and centre wing, out of side. Goes to Burton. Pauses for a moment. Assesses what's in front of him. He'll look to switch plays, sending it deep back inside his defensive 50. Aim on marks. He'll play on off a step and finds Motlop. Motlop, no one in front of him immediately, sends it down the line to Butters. Butters at right half back for Port, short again. Moves it to Drew. They're still a little bit shy of centre wing here, Port, but they're working their way back into this contest. Dangerous kick backwards from Drew. Had to be precise, leaping up. McKenzie, under pressure from Shaki, took a good grab.
That's what we're talking earlier, Clint, too. They just want to continue to transition without going forward.
Well, they went back across their defensive 50, and now through Bonner down the line to Lysett, who's tackled over the boundary line and leaps over the fence as well into the first row. Hello, ladies, he says. He'll climb back over. He's okay. There's a throw in at left half forward for Port. It was Williams who tackled Lysett over the boundary line and indeed, as I said, over the fence.
What if he just grabbed a beer out of someone's hand and took a mouthful?
With his big moustache, I'm not well sure they'd be happy with that.
A little bit of froth on the moustache, you reckon, Campo?
Yeah.
Bit of Merv Hughes style.
Free kick from the throw in. The Dogs by 25 points. Free kick going to Martin. Gives it off to Daniel running by. Out of bounds on the full, his kick. So Port will get it back. Neutral territory on the eastern wing.
Never thought that actually taking a drink and then the rest of it would be in your moustache and then you get your bottom lip and do that.
Willem Drew with the free kick. Sets it up towards half forward. Looking for a mark, Dixon. Can't quite drag it in. Roved well though by Rosie. Gives it to Boak. Kicks towards full forward for Port. Over the back it goes. Gardner will get back. Mobs up for the Dogs. Look out! Run down! Port holding the ball. Robbie Gray got him. Stone cold. Deep in the right forward pocket, a great chase down tackle from Robbie Gray.
Well, Gardner just thought he was waltzing out at Whitten Oval just in the start of the training. I mean, Robbie Gray's not super quick, but his intent was outstanding. I mean, that's what you need from your senior players. You've seen Wines, you've seen Boak already just trying to will themselves back into this game.
It's the tightest of angles. The mark 5 metres in from the boundary line. Right forward pocket. If anybody could, it's this man. He misses the lot.
Well, you don't normally see that from Robbie Gray.
Well, he's traditionally not a great set shot. I mean, I know he's been clutch, a few times, but he's not, over the course of his career, hasn't really hit the scoreboard well from there.
And he kicks him well after the siren, huh?
Come on, Benny, you should know that.
We have a tally of...
Sorry, Robbie.
We have a tally of commentary curses in the West. Ben's just got another one from that. I think I've got him by about 30 normally. The kick towards left half back and then taken high was Treloar.
Dropped a sitter in the end, lucky. It was Lysette, was it? Or Jonas?
I think it was Jonas who gave away the free. He was lucky. So for the Bulldogs, Treloar goes on a little run and then kicks towards left half forward. Massey pack there. Norton tried to fly. Missed it. McKenzie won it down for Port. Trying to tap it to his own advantage. It didn't quite work out for Rosie. Bursting through Vandermeer. Works it out. This is Bailey Smith. He couldn't, could he? Oh, you bet he could. Oh, he's a superstar. He's got 2. And if he's number 3 in Instagram followers, that's going up and up and up after performances like that. Bailey Smith gives the Bulldogs back to a 31-point lead. 6-2-38. Port Adelaide 1-1-7.
Well, they're just losing contests. They give away a free kick here, it goes forward, they lose another one just ahead of the ball, and then Vandermeer was clean on that ground ball. He almost ran himself into trouble again, but Bailey Smith just off one step. I mean, his goal sense has been unbelievable, but that's one step snap from 40 metres. He's a super talent.
And incredibly, it's now the Western Bulldogs' equal highest first term this year, which they also scored against Port Adelaide. So there you have it.
Just Zach Butters lost his way a little bit, didn't he, too? He's normally very elite, down low to the ground. The bounce of the ball might have caught him off guard, and Vandermeer just a slight touch to the right, and then was able to win the football.
English in the middle, wins the tap out towards the side of the contest. No one emerging with the football yet. We'll get a second ball up. Let's go down to Aaron Bryans on the boundary.
Luke Beveridge has made his way down early towards the end of the opening quarter, flexing to his players and embracing them after a dominant display to start this contest.
Gray knocks it out from the restart, and then eventually McRae for the Dogs kicks a high ball just forward of the wing. Bonner comes up and marks for Port. So 6-2-38 plays 1-1-7. The Bulldogs by 31 points.
It's been a display to savour if you're a Bulldog supporter. Kick was from Port towards right half forward. The Bulldogs have the numbers again. They work it out through Giray, and then McRae to Hunter. He'll kick down the line to Norton. Pauses for a moment, wants players to move forward, will go short. This is Liberatore. Hand passes. Playing space in Giray from left half forward, inside forward 50. Off hands, they'll kick another one. It came through Treloar in the goal square. Hannon, he's got 2. The Bulldogs have kicked 7. My goodness me, what a first quarter from the visitors. Forget flight fatigue, forget problems with the captain. They have blown this game open in the opening term. Their lead is 37 points. 7-2-44 to Port, 1-1-7, 33 gone in the first.
Well, I didn't see this coming, Jamo, in terms of how convincing the Bulldogs have been. They're just getting smashed, Port Adelaide. They had just 2 or 3 minutes there where they sort of got it back on their terms, but it's been a dominant display. 47-25 contested possession already in the first quarter. The interesting stat for me, Jamo, is this ground ball number. That's getting out of control now. -21 from the ground ball. So that midfield group have absolutely dominated Port's midfield in winning that ground ball contest to get the ball forward.
English slaps it down in the middle, then knocks it onto his boot. He hacks it forward towards half forward. And Port Adelaide in many ways saved by the bell. They will need quarter time to regroup. 7-1 in the opening term, the highest scoring opening term for the Western Bulldogs this year, beating their previous best, which was way back in round 9 at this venue against Port Adelaide. They, of course, went on to win on that occasion.
Winning that game by 19 points. They're up by 37 now at the first change. Port Adelaide fans stand in their seats, turn to the people alongside them and ask, what on earth has just happened? The Bulldogs, they've been breathtaking. 7-2-44 to Port 1-1-7. The goal kickers for the Bulldogs. Bailey Smith, a superstar. He's got 2. Mitch Hannon's got a couple. And then Bontempelli, Vandermeer and Norton, the other goal kickers for the Dogs. While for Port Adelaide, great goal. It's just one so far. That off the boot of Ollie Wines. The Bulldogs by 37 points wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC News Radio. This is Grandstand AFL.
On the stumps, big shout for leg before and she's given.
Women's international cricket.
They come for a second. Throw on its way. Shoot right out.
A Australia versus India starts September 21. Inspiring audiobooks from some of Australia's most beloved storytellers are now free to stream on the ABC Listen app.
This isn't just my story. This is the story of so many other young people.
The best homegrown fiction.
Tilly decided she would go back to Dungatar.
Real-life Australian stories.
Some of what I've done has not been pretty to watch. Imagine what it was like to live through it.
And so much more.
This is paradise.
A great range of audiobooks free to stream on the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Lycett gets the telling tap. Liberatore throw a boot at it towards full forward. English and Norton were there. English picks it up, gives it out to Smith. What a start for the Bulldogs! From the right forward pocket, he snapped immediately.
Treloar onto the loose footy, left forward pocket for the Dogs. Kicks it to the goal square, looking for a marker and taken. Close to the goal post, Vandermeer has got it. There goes the check side and bends it through. Forward handball to Bont at left half forward, kicks long and high towards full forward. Norton flies. He's kicked the goal in his last 8 games. Norton comes in on his left and gives the Bulldogs the dream start.
Hunter marks, plays on, off a step, inside forward 50, stretching Hannon. Hannon starts his approach. 11-11 for the season, make it 12-11, he puts it through.
Bailey Williams, who kicks long inside 50, trying to find Norton, can't drag in the mark. Loose footy, Bontempelli onto it, snaps the goal.
Tommy Dixon with the more telling tap, worked it down, the snap from Wines. It's just what Port needed. Mackenzie won it down for Port, trying to tap it to his own advantage. It didn't quite work out for Rosie, bursting through Vandermeer, works it out. This is Bailey Smith, he couldn't, could he? Oh, you bet he could!
The 2021 AFL Finals Series on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Other scores to bring you up to date with in the National Rugby League Elimination Final full time. The Roosters edged out the Titans 25-24 in the qualifying final early in the first half. The Penrith Panthers lead the South Sydney Rabbitohs 6-2. Our focus here is at Adelaide Oval, and what a start from the Bulldogs. They're up by 37 points. There wouldn't be a fortune teller or a seer in the nation that would have seen that coming. Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson.
Yeah, well, I certainly didn't see that coming in terms of, I mean, the midfield battle was always important. We did discuss that. And if you have a look at the numbers, just purely through that part of the ground, Western Bulldogs have had 16 more possessions through there, 12 more contested possessions. The ground ball battle, -11 for Port Adelaide, and clearance -5. The clearance battle in terms of field position, this is why the Bulldogs are so good. It's 3-12 round the ground. So they're winning that round the contest, that ground ball scramble competition, they're getting it forward. It's not pure hit-outs. Port Adelaide are in front 14-6 in hit-outs. So we talk about that the hit-out number is important somewhat, but not when you're winning it and getting it forward. Now, the main score source has been turnover, Jamo. Yeah. So they've kicked 6 from turnover, the Bulldogs, out of their 7. So it hasn't necessarily been pure score from stoppage in terms of getting that source and going inside forward 50. It's getting field position, and then they've been able to tackle, chase, harass, keep it in that front half, and they've kicked 4 goals from intercepts out of their front half, and that's the way the game's set up at the moment.
And we spoke about Aliir's, obviously, the game. English went to him first, Shaki went to him again. They actually brought it in low, they went alternative. Late in the game, that first quarter, they actually went a little longer. Aliir was able to take a mark, but their scoring sources at the moment, you got multiple goals to Bailey Smith, Mitch Hannon with 2, and so it was the spread. We were talking about where will the goals come from and their reliance on. In the early was at round 9. They just know where they had to go to. But round 23, they just needed multiple goal scorers, and they couldn't have asked for a better start in the way that they've actually just worked their way forward, used it so cleanly by foot and by hand. You have a look, 17 inside 50s. They've had 8 shots, whereas Port 11 and only had the 4.
Yeah, so some of those numbers, plus 23 contested possessions in the clearances, plus 9 for the Western Bulldogs. Inside 50s, 17-11. Leading ball winners, Jack McRae with 9, Bailey Smith with 8, Caleb Daniel 8, Liberatore with 8, and then for Port, Bonner with 8, Boak with 7.
You want a tough job? be one of the on-ground MCs for Port Adelaide, trying to hype the crowd up after that first quarter. They've done a pretty good job. Adelaide Oval exploding into teal and white. Can they fight back in this second term? Will the Bulldogs continue on? And Corbin Middlemass on the tweet, the highest score that Port's conceded in any quarter this season. Underway in the second term, umpire spotted a free kick. Lysett not allowed to run for the ruck. He gets the free kick and plays on. Quickly inside the forward 50, the kick goes, and the umpire has spotted a free kick going the way of Dixon. Thanks to the Ollie Wines long penetrating kick. Now Charlie Dixon with a chance.
It's a really poor decision there too. I think it was Gardner, was it? Or no, it was Zane. Oh, yeah, he's used his body early in the contest. Dixon came over the top, and he's paid shepherding in the contest.
Free kick. You can't take your eyes off the ball before a marking contest.
Thought he was just looking at the player rather than the football. Free kick was there. And Dixon needs to make the most of it. Kick starts okay. It starts to swing right. It misses right. Tight angle from the left forward pocket. Dixon unable to add to the goal tally. It's 1-2-8 Port. The Bulldogs 7-2-44.
As we mentioned pre-game, goalless the last two matches. Charlie Dixon, as well as Bailey Dale, goes with a low ball to Wood, who marks at right half back, the premiership captain for the Western Bulldogs in 2016. So Wood sends it long towards the western wing, going up Martin. He was just held. In fact, he wasn't. Aliir was. So a free kick will go to Port Adelaide. Neutral territory on the western wing. Aliir assesses his options. He kicks back towards half forward in the Dixon direction. Coming through Cordy, puts his fist through it. Bailey Smith at the fall of the ball for the Dogs. Gives it off to his namesake, Bailey Williams. Just affected in his kick. Rourke Smith gets involved. Then Bailey Williams has to apply the tackle. And we'll get a ball up between wing and left half forward for Port, attacking the northern end of the ground in their second term. So the Bulldogs 7-2-44 lead Port 1-8. 2 minutes into the second.
Lysett with the fingertips, stretching over the top, won it down. Went though to Bailey Smith, who kicked into the middle of the ground, and Houston put the mark, and then unable to retreat or unwilling to retreat. The required distance was Treloar. He gives away 50. And in game 100, Houston we brought pretty much right in front of goal. He'll be kicking from about 35 outs.
It's an interesting one there because Houston has taken a step and gone to handball. Treloar's gone to read it, taken one step. And then Houston just stood there and pointed at him, and the umpire had to make the decision.
Oh, I don't think he did take a step though, Jamo. If you look on the replay, he just stood there and bit.
Houston is able to convert. He kicks the goal. He gives Port their second. 2-2-14, making the most of the 50-metre penalty. So the Bulldogs 7-2-44. 3 minutes gone in the second term. Talk us through the free kick again.
Yeah, we're waiting to see it up on the replay again, but you thought he took a step. I thought that he feinted just with the handball, and that was the bit that he bit on, but he didn't really take a step. He just feinted half just to do it, and he saw it's a brutal...
So is it play on if he's going to do that?
No, he hasn't gone off the line, so it's still behind the mark, so he can't move.
It's harsh, but it's there.
Well,
it is really hard.
And the penalty's harsh too, isn't it, really? I mean, there's no influence on that at all. He hasn't come forward or anything. He's gone sideways.
I've been out of the game too long.
That's true.
What about the drive-by?
Lysett wins the tap in the middle. Drew gets involved.
normal.
Then Bontempelli steals it off to McRae. Snaps the Dogs to half forward. Bouncing ball. Houston flicks it down. Arriving Hannon, though, onto the footy. Kicks to full forward. Norton! He comes out and marks on his chest. Too strong for McKenzie. And he's got it 15 out. The slightest of angles to the right-hand side.
Mitch Hannon has had some sort of impact, hasn't he?
Hadn't he come out? I don't know whether it was the fluoro boots, but geez, he came at some speed and turned on a quick 180 and got it round in there. It was a great kick because it was advantage side.
Sometimes his goal kicking can be a little iffy. Norton comes in and bangs it through. He's got a couple, and the Western Bulldogs just seem to have all the answers. They're 8-2-50, Port Adelaide 2-2-14. 4.5 into the second. Clint Wilden, myself, Ben Cameron, Rod Jamieson and Scott Camporelli.
Well, the benefit of his centre bounce clearance, getting into field position 6-6-6. We talk about it, what the influence is around a centre bounce, but as Hannon came out, it was really Norton versus Mackenzie, one out. Now, Mackenzie's an undersized defender. Norton's a reasonable size and very good one-on-one. So it was a great kick, really, to be honest.
What are you eating?
Sorry.
Is that a Nazi goring or something? You're on the air, Scott.
Asking the big questions up in the grandstand AFL broadcast box. Certainly the Bulldogs taking big bites out of Port at the moment. This is Lycett winning it down for Port, trying to go through. Amon just slaps it forward with the fist towards half forward. Mosey couldn't gather. Out to the Bulldogs again. Dale to McRae. But only Bratsore too affected the previous contest.
Wow.
They move it towards right half back. Well, that's a dangerous hand pass from Dale. Goes to a pack of players. Porter able to turn it over. Amon picking it up. Comes again to Rosie. Bounce pass back to Wines. Great smother, Dunkley. Knocked it down. Gathered by Smith. Hand passes into traffic though. It'll work out okay. Everything is for the Dogs at the moment. Dunkley moved it on again. Free kick after Lycett knocked Dunkley over. Treloar to Johannesen. Out towards left half forward. This is Hunter. Puts it inside forward 50. Shacky marks.
That's where they've just been so clean, the Bullies. They're just under pressure, but on a couple of occasions, the handballs from Port Adelaide just haven't hit the mark. They've been short. They've bounced awkwardly. They've had to sit and then recover. But the Bulldogs are just really clean with their foot and by hand.
He'll have to kick from 52 here, Shacky. He'll start beyond the boundary. Dunkley's told the trainers to go away. He says he's okay. Shacky. Just inside forward 50. When he sends it towards goal, he misses.
And you highlighted the handball, Jamo. The Bulldogs go forward at the game. The Port Adelaide, you saw there, Connor Rosie turned back and went back into traffic, which essentially invites pressure.
So the Dogs by 37. Mackenzie to take the kick in on that long left leg. Heads towards the outer side. Aliir goes up, doesn't take the mark. Treloar just jams it on the boot, back inside 50, and Shacky again. Similar angle, 10 metres closer to goal, maybe 20 even. And he can go back and have a take two, a mulligan.
Vandermeer really good, just keeping his opponent out of the contest. Shacky running back with the flight in the end, an easy chest mark, but it was a Treloar that just got the quick foot and then banged it back inside 50.
So he's had the practice run. Shacky comes in, the drop punt on the way, it hits the post. Missed that one to the left-hand side, missed the other to the right. So 38 points the Bulldogs advantage. 8-4-52 plays 2-2-14. 8 minutes played, second term grandstand AFL.
Jonas, the skipper for Port on a short run, thumps it towards the outer wing. Off hands and spills down. I'll send it back inside the attacking 50 here, the Bulldogs. Big pack up again, ball pinballing around. Eventually to Wines, to Boak for Port Adelaide. Comes back to Wines again, to Gray, works it across half back. They might be able to set something up here through Amon. He'll trot back. Assesses what's in front, sends it down the line. He wanted Bergman. The kick had a bit too much on it, marked by Duray. With the fingertips or just above them. Bergman, who is waiting. Duray has it at right half back. Takes 3 or 4 steps, kicks towards right half forward, travels over, actually 2 packs there waiting for it, and then over the boundary line for a throw in at right half forward. Speaking of the boundary, that's where Aaron Bryans is. Aaron.
Clint, despite Josh Dunkley waving away the trainer, the medical staff on the Western Bulldogs bench are thoroughly looking through the vision of Scott Lycett's hit on him. There is concerns about a possible concussion, and they've been looking at it for at least 3 to 4 minutes now.
So Martin and Lycett. Lycett palms it down towards Bergman, who tries to burst through a gang tackle. He can't. So we'll go again. A ball up, 51 out from the attacking goal for the Dogs. The umpire gets it up quickly. Lycett palms it down, getting involved. Johannesen there for the Dogs. And they pile on again. So we'll try once more.
They just look reactive, Port, don't they? And everything they're doing. The Bulldogs are taking it, forward. They're attacking the ground level game. They're spreading harder. All those things, they're being proactive.
Dunkley kicks the Dogs inside attacking 50, but the mark taken by Houston, who goes laterally to Aliir, and he moves it on to Dersma. So Port in their back pocket.
Oh, smother.
Oh, Dersma's kick was smothered. It spills down again. Hunter sends it back towards full forward. I think he was going for goal, was he? In the end, he's missed to the left-hand side. McKenzie happy to see it through. Just the behind added to the total. They move to be 8-5-53. Port a 2-2-14. 10 minutes gone in the second.
From the kick in towards the wing. Over the back of the pack it goes. Picked up there by Bailey Dale for the Dogs. Goes back the other way. He's able to find a target there in Vandermeer. Right on the arc of 50 for the Western Bulldogs. He chips it into the pocket. Going up, unable to take the mark. Shaki, it comes down in front. Arriving late, McRae. He's taken to deck. Right forward pocket for the Bulldogs. And we'll get a ball up. 30 metres out from their attacking goal. They lead by 39 points. 10 minutes into the second.
There's a real calmness with the Bulldogs when they're in their 50.
English won it down. Dunkley dived over the top of it. Johannesson had it ripped out of his grasp. Wines, short kick, went to McRae though. Back to Bailey Smith. Smith kicks up into the air towards full forward. They come from everywhere. English got a hand on it. Out after it, Hunter. Got a tackle from Dersma. Got a hand pass away, only as far as Boak. Ball spills out once more. Lovely bit of play here from Dersma. Great one tackle. Hand pass, not great. Burne-Jones able to soccer it forward. Not too far, though, to Giray, who gathers and then he's wrapped up across the attacking edge of the centre square for the Bulldogs.
Under serious pressure.
Well, they've been so clean below their knees, haven't they, really, for a final?
Great tackle, Burne-Jones as well. The umpire throws it aloft.
English slaps it straight down. Quick tackle. And we'll go again. Treloar's lost his jumper in the tackle. Had it wrenched off him. Have to go pick it up and put it back on. It's inside out. Ollie Wines just ripping it off him. Did manage to slither free and emerge with the football. Treloar wanted to play on. The umpire said no.
It's like a pre-season drill, isn't it?
Used to look like that.
Shirts first skins.
Yeah.
From the restart, Burne-Jones trying to pick it up, and then eventually it comes to McRae, gives it off to Treloar, shoots on goal and misses away to the right. He was questioned during the week. He would have loved a goal, not to be. And all of a sudden, the Western Bulldogs just wasting a few chances. They lead by 40 points, 8-6-54, plays 2-2-14, leaving the door slightly ajar.
Last four scoring shots have been behinds for the Bulldogs. They'll win it again at left half forward. Cordy gets a kick inside the attacking 50. Off hands again. Vandermeer won it down to Johannesson. He'll snap around the body. Oh my goodness me, another spectacular goal. The Norm Smith medalist of 2016 with a beautiful finish. And the Bulldogs have yet another. 9-6-60, Port 2-2-14. The lead is 46 points to the Bulldogs at the 13-minute mark of the second.
I'm going to take as a guess. I think the Bullies have had like the last 7 inside 50s. I think it's 9-2. And we're only 13 minutes into this second quarter. The pressure from Port Adelaide at the moment, their backline that are under, I haven't seen it all year.
Well, you look on the replay, it was a hack kick forward, but Tom Jonas is the one that's gone back with the fly. If you go back, the rule of thumb, you must impact as a defender. If you fly and you don't impact, guys like Johannesson, they feed off that stuff. And he's as good at ground level or by foot as anyone in the competition, and you get punished.
Laddams and English in the ruck. Laddams wins the tap. Boat goes and picks it up. Handball back towards Drew. Gives it off to Burne-Jones. Snaps out towards half forward. Bouncing ball, tracking at Wood. Fantasia right there with him. Out of play it goes, and Wood does the hurdle into the crowd, mimicking Scott Lycett from the first term.
As tough as it's been in the first quarter and a half, Orazio Fantasia has only had the 1 touch. Stevie Motlop's only had 2.
Only had 13 inside 50s, so not a lot of opportunity.
On the eastern wing, Dunkley's kick smothered. Loose footy, trying to pick it up. Bergman taken high. He'll get a free kick. Port Adelaide to get possession right beneath the Max Bashir stand on the eastern side of the ground. 46 points, the Dogs lead, almost at the quarter-hour mark of the second.
So Bergman with the blue boots. Into the right forward pocket, no mark taken. Wine's got a hand pass back to Dixon. Hand pass towards Boak. Intercepting it, Cordy broke away from the attempted Dixon tackle. Just grubbers a kick beyond defensive 50. Bontempelli drags it in one-handed. Hands it off to Smith. Pops a hand pass over the top to Dunkley. Beautiful play. Releases Treloar. One bounce, then two. Now a third down the outer side. A fourth bounce for Treloar. Then a fifth. He keeps going. Kicks towards full forward. Shacky hands to it. Could have marked. Johannesson down to Norton. Hand passes over the top. Hannon. Oh, that's as good a goal as you'll ever see. That was simply brilliant for his third. From one end of the Adelaide Oval to the other. There's nothing they can't do, these Bulldogs, at the moment. They lead by 52 points at the 15-minute mark of the second.
It's Phil Manassa.
Well, that was an amazing transition from one end of the ground to the other. I mean, it was a half-hat kick forward. Marcus Bontempelli was clean at ground level. He spun into traffic and then got his hands free, and then it was see you later. They broke through that Port Adelaide barrier, and then they were out. We just see it on the replay. He flicked it to Bailey Smith. He flicks it over the top to Dunkley, and then Treloar was on his bike, had two bounces, and Shacky was the one I was watching through the middle of the ground. Aliir tried to split the difference, but it was probably a free kick, to be fair, on Shacky as well. Could have gone either way, but they've got some, good look at it, Ken on the screen. He has a big sigh, and they are in big trouble, Port Adelaide.
Head in the hands for Ken Hinkley. Back in the middle, Laddam's backhanded down. Bontempelli fights after it. So too Gray, Boak, trying to get busy and lift the team. He gets the clearance, drives it inside attacking 50. Lycett comes up, doesn't complete the mark. Wood, he knocks it out. Only as far as Marshall, though. Gives it off to Bergman. Boak gets involved again. Goes long towards goal. It's out to the right and off hands. It's through for a minor score. So behind. Port Adelaide 2-3-15. The Western Bulldogs 10-6-66. 51 points. The Western Bulldogs advantage before halftime.
Daniel beyond defensive 50. Good mark again to Johannesson. It's really impacting the game at the moment. Well, pretty much everyone in red, white and blue. As Johannesson kicks towards right half forward. Hacks there. Jonas came from the side. Punched it down. It's kept in by Gray, who chips back towards the commentary edge of the centre square. Finds Amon. Goes up the outside of the left boot. Running onto it, Rosie. Has it on centre wing. Ugly kick across half forward. It's a shocker. Allows Dale to gather. Kick should have gone to Marshall. Dale's tackled though, and he's pinged for holding the ball.
That's
stiff.
Tough. That is stiff.
He's picked the ball up from a ground ball, and no prior opportunity there for mine.
Comes out towards Bonner. Bonner for Port from 51 metres out. Goes bang! And he'll celebrate a much-needed goal. Port Adelaide, they wave their flags. The fans in the stadium desperately trying to urge their team back into this contest. 10-6-66 the Bulldogs. Port 3-3-21. The lead is 45 points in favour of the Dogs. 18 gone in the second. Aaron Bryans is downstairs.
Clint, some concerns for Zach Butters, who collided with the right hand behind post. He's clutching at his right hand and the physios don't seem too happy about it. He's staying out there for the moment, so I'll keep you updated. Meanwhile, for Josh Dunkley, he made his way to the bench. The doctors had a quick chat to him. They've ticked off on the vision that they've seen, so all clear after that bump from Scott Lycett.
Oh, we're just seeing it on the replay. I'm not sure that, he's gone in, taken a ground ball. Potentially they're saying he's had prior opportunity because he's lifted his arms up to try and handball out, but geez, that's tough,
Laddams and Martin. Martin goes early. Laddams stays down, wins the tap, but it goes to Martin, who gives it out to Bontempelli. Kicks the Dogs inside 50. And there's the goal kicker, Bonner. He takes the defensive mark for Port.
Need him at both ends.
So Bonner at right half back. Usually a beautiful kick of the footy. Puts that left leg through it. Sends it towards the logo. In front, Martin brings it down. Treloar. Handball back to Bailey Dale. Handball to Bailey Williams. He kicks the Dogs back to half forward. Looking for Johannesson. Aliir's there this time. And he intercept marks. A dangerous kick. Doesn't really find a target. It spills out. A flying shot on goal from Smith. He's missed to the left. So Rourke Smith had the chance. The mark may well have been paid to Butters. It wasn't. And then Rourke Smith onto the loose footy. 25 out. He misses to the left-hand side.
Wow.
Aliir Aliir's kick was poor.
That was a mark for mine. I mean, I'm not sure what else he can do. He got the ball bobbled out on the basis of the contact after, but got away with one there, Port.
Port Adelaide have an advantage from a free kick at right half back. Marshall moves it on towards Rosie. Just shy of right half forward. He'll put it into the right forward pocket. Motlop tracking back. Drought came the other way. Kept in play by Wines. They might regret that as Daniel gathers for the Bulldogs. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Bergman did well. Waiting for it, Treloar. Bergman at full stretch, able to spoil the football over the boundary line for a throw-in between left half-back and centre wing for the Bulldogs, outer side of Adelaide Oval. The Dogs lead by 46 into time on in the second.
So 46 points is a big margin. I'll ask the experts how close it would need to be if you were Port at half-time. The Dogs advance it down the eastern wing. Johannesson backfeeds a handball after gathering to McRae, who dribbles it around the boundary, deliberate. Barely even a cheer from the Port fans.
They always feel like they're hard done by here, guys, so get used to it.
So Gray will get the kick for Port. Sorry, Jamo.
No, I might need to close the window soon.
So Gray retreats back to McKenzie. A low ball for Port to the western wing. Mark taken by Marshall. Marshall will run on to his right. Go with this shallow inside 50 entry. Motlop trying to get his hands up. There's a free kick. And it'll go to Laddams.
Steph Martin just took him out of the contest before and didn't allow him to jump at the ball.
There's a bit going on between Liberatore and Willem Drew as well. They've been running with each other the last 5 or so minutes. Look at, they're just ghosting each other at the minute. Bit of push and shove inside Port's 50.
So the mark set 47 metres out. Laddams will put that big left slipper through it. He tugs it away to the right. Close to the boundary line. It's out of play. Off hands. So a throw in right forward pocket here for Port. 46 points the Bulldogs advantage. 10-7-67 plays 3-3-21. 22 played in the second.
For whatever it's worth, historically, Port Adelaide's biggest ever comeback from a half-time deficit is 38 points against the Eagles, round 5, 2013 at Football Park. A bit to do to get closer to that. Laddams takes clean possession from the throw-in, kicks towards goal, didn't quite have enough purchase on it. It's marked in front of the behind line by the Bulldogs. Gardner has it. Sends it into the right back pocket. Perfectly weighted kick. Wines almost got there. Drought stood his ground, took the mark, gave it to Daniel. Kicks the Bulldogs towards centre wing, but puts it out of bounds on the full. Free kick to be taken by Bonner, right beneath our broadcast position.
I was actually just going to say, Clean, how clean the Bullies have been when they've come out of defence, albeit that one's gone out in the full. You're in the middle of the ground and there's plenty of room to play with.
So Bonner goes short to Burton. Burton goes longer towards half forward. Marshall goes up, 2 hands to it, doesn't complete the mark. Daniel at the fall of the ball, he loses it. Marshall goes again, handball knocked down. Loose footy at half forward here for Port. Liberatore goes in, extracts it out towards Bailey Williams. Handball to Bailey Dale. Handball away to Dunkley. Dogs it right half back. Dunkley stops, props, kicks a high ball towards the wing. Johannesson will come in from the side. Can't complete the mark. Wines gets it off hands, gives it to Bonner. Sidesteps a couple, back feeds a handball to Butters. Butters will kick into the middle of the ground dangerously towards Lycett. Lycett drops it. Now he's got a problem. They tackle Lycett. Umpire circle, says ball it up in the middle of Adelaide Oval. 46 points the Dogs lead. 23.5 into the second.
Both rucks are more interested in each other. Butters got it away, but now stolen by the Bulldogs. It comes to Hunter. Will kick inside forward 50, leading out to Mark Hannon.
Just Bontempelli clean, isn't he, in the clearance there? One way, the other, the left hand over the top. Lockie Hunter just really smart.
His was the delivery to Hunter that counted. Hannon already has 3. As Ben said before, love to take on his former side, Melbourne. Played 50 games for the Demons. They've got 1 foot in the grand final already. It's not half-time in his prelim. Hannon from 52 out. He gives it an awful lot. He's had to push it left to minor score. 10-8-68 the Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 3-3-21. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and ABC News Radio.
3-6 in this quarter, the Bullies. could have really blown it way open.
McKenzie short to the pocket, who goes to Bonner, who moves it on short to Amon, and now 50.
It was Aaron Norton, Ben, that just ran past inside the area.
Naughty Norton through the protected area, and march downfield is Amon. Through the logo he goes on the burst. Kicks on the left inside 50. No mark taken over the top of the pack it goes. Coming through Butters. Can't quite grasp it. Gardner does for the Dogs and kicks it straight out of bounds on the full. It was touched. So it'll be a throw in. 45 metres around from the attacking goal here for Port. $47 points. The Dogs' advantage. English and Laddams. Laddams works to the front, takes it out of the ruck, loses it in a tackle. Boat gets it on the boot, dribbles it out towards Marshall, kick smothered by the Bont. He does it all, and now he gets it back from Rourke Smith, and the Dogs should work it out, but a nervy moment.
Here comes the Bergman. Bergman will kick inside forward 50. Mark there taken by Fantasia. Kicks around the body. Off hands. Down was English, and then it moved into the right back pocket. Dale shares it around. He'll kick the on defensive 50, and he's able to find his teammate in Hunter, who marks and will just slow things down for a moment at right half back. Hunter kicks down the line. Decent battle there. Norton got hands to it. Wasn't a mark. Had a second go at it. Port trying to knock it away. Bonner involved. It was Aliir tripped. He seemed to lose his footing instantaneously. Over the top of it again. Butters trying to soccer it forward. Taken by Houston. Somehow manufactured a kick. Beautiful hands from McRae. Grabbed it. Hand pass straight back towards Butters, who worked it away to Amon. Now Port by hands. It comes to Lycett on centre wing. He'll kick towards left half forward. There's a 3-on-1 against Gray here. They could have raffled at the Bulldogs. In the end, it's Williams who marks for the Bulldogs at right half back. Their lead is 47 points over the Power. 26 gone in the second.
Bailey Williams, one of 3 Crow Eaters in the Bulldogs team, as he runs across half back and chips it to Wood. And moves it back onto Bailey Williams.
Sorry, Ben, that's really poor Robbie Gray. I watched him go from inside forward 50 here. Robbie Gray, he just jogged behind Bailey Williams there. Had no intent to get to him whatsoever.
So the Dogs work it on to Liberatore, who goes back to Wood at centre half back for the Dogs. Wants to switch it to English at right half back. So they'll try the western wing of the ground here, the Dogs, as a big ruckman goes for a run. Makes a couple of bounces. Now kicks towards half forward in the Bontempelli direction. Can't take the mark out the back it goes. Houston a handball away. Johannesson swoops onto the footy. Hooks across the body. Trouble. It goes to the goal square. Norton goes up. Can't mark. Shaki. Handball to Rourke Smith. Snaps and goals. Rourke Smith adds his name to the goal kickers list. And it is a nightmare for Port Adelaide here at the Adelaide Oval before halftime. 53 points is the Bulldogs' lead. 11-8-74 to 3-3-21. 2 minutes away from the halftime siren.
It's just too easy, really, in terms of the Bulldogs' pressure's been outstanding. They've shifted the ball from one side to the other. I watched Motlop here. He's out on his feet. He couldn't chase. I've highlighted Robbie Gray. He didn't put his head down and chase and put the effort on to keep it in that front half. And then you've got Big English running down, bouncing the ball, loping down the wing. They lose a contest and it goes forward and it was 1-on-1. I mean, you watch it on replay, there's no intensity from Port Adelaide at all to try and defend.
Dan Houston's handball was poor. Ryan Burton, Johannesson was able to get in front of him, and just his speed to ground and cleanliness again to get it forward for the Bulldogs.
Lycett won it down to Wines. Poor kick up into the air towards centre wing out of side. Boak was able to get there. Back to Wines, now to Burton. Wheels around for Port onto his right boot and finds Gray. Just forward of centre wing. Hard up against the boundary. Pops a hand pass inboard to Bonner. Now to Bergman. To Boak, who had a player on him the moment he received the football. Talk about a hospital hand pass. It's worked away here by the Bulldogs. McRae worked it to Wood. Kicks down the outer side. Marked there by Norton. Off a step, moves it on, misses his target in Hunter, bounces over and then away from him to tumble across the boundary line between centre wing and left half forward for the Bulldogs.
Well, they got lucky there again because they were out again. If that had a hit, Lockie Hunter, it was 2v2 in probably 60 metres of space ahead of the ball. So got away with one there again, Port.
So a throw in on the wing, eastern side of the ground. Lycett slaps it back boundary side, getting involved Wines. Handball back to Lycett, handball to Amon, handball to Gray. Amon off halfback, he kicks into the middle of the ground, a little flower bag, picked up by Marshall. His handball's errant, a turnover. Coming back the other way is Daniel for the Dogs. He gives it off, in turn to Wood, floats it to half forward. Unable to mark Norton, but it falls for Vandermeer. Off to Bontempelli, on the fly. The champ from 50 kicks the goal. He's got two. Forget about doing it on their rear. They're doing it on one leg. 12-8-80. The Bulldogs lead Port 3-3-21. 59 points before half-time. Rod Jamieson, Scott Camporelli.
Well, you threw up the question, Ben, around what Port Adelaide need to do to get back into it to some chance. There's no chance at the moment. They don't even look. It's 20 scoring shots to 6. When you first posed the question, my initial answer was they need to get within sort of 4 or 5 goals and maybe see if they can actually run out the game, Port, use their legs in the second half of the game. But the numbers just don't back that up. They're getting beaten in contested possession again. They're getting beaten in clearance. They've kicked 5 goals, 6 from 15 entries. The efficiency that the Bulldogs are scoring at is far too easy.
Restart. From the restart, one down by English. Port are able to get there though. Boak then turned it over himself. English again to Hunter for the Bulldogs. Hicks inside the attacking 50. No mark taken. Houston couldn't gather. Vandermeer tried to work it out. Bounced off his shoulder. Spilled there for Jonas. The Port captain kicks towards centre wing. Unlucky bounce for Fantasia. Went away from him. Wood tries to gather. Port can get there again through Gray. His hand pass works its way eventually to Laddens. Bit of luck needed for Port here. Kicks towards centre half forward to Marshall. Pops it into the right forward pocket. Fantasia running with the flight of the football. It fell over his left shoulder. He was able to complete the mark. And he'll have a shot at goal. Putting boot to ball from deep in the right forward pocket. He'll start about 2 metres in from the boundary and will kick from 40 out.
Marshall, really smart kick, wasn't it, too? Just had to sit, wait, had nothing there. Once again, he was going to be too far out to probably snap. Didn't have time to get some momentum to have a running shot on goal. Good option.
Kenny's second touch of the quarter be a goal. Fantasia's kicks on its way. It misses. Misses narrowly to the right-hand side. A minor score to end what has been a shellacking of a half. The Bulldogs' complete dominance. 12-8-80 at half-time. Port Adelaide 3-4-22. The Bulldogs have a 58-point lead. And they've got a foot and 3/4 into the grand final on September 25. And it could have been so much more. That quarter alone, what was it? 5 goals, 6 they kicked the Bulldogs. And I'm not sure if any of them were rushed either, compared to Port Adelaide, who were able in that term to put on 2 goals, 3.
1 rush behind in the first quarter, Clint.
So that's an absolute domination in terms of shots at goal. It's talk about how big the gap could have been. It could have been as wide as the Grand Canyon if they'd taken 1 or 2 more of their opportunities. Port, wow. What do they do from here? What does Ken Hinkley say? Again, the nightmares of bowing out last season in the prelim final. They'll be starting to settle on the playing group, as I'm sure the supporters around the ground will be thinking that. While for the Bulldogs, if you're a dog around the nation, goodness me, you should be absolutely up and about. This is a tremendous performance. Something to savour from this group of dogs. The Bulldogs by 50, what did I say? By 58 points. What did you make of all of that? Good luck, Rod Jamieson, Scott Camporelli.
Oh, just super impressive from the Bulldogs. Absolutely. The way that they have, right from the outset, to be able to take it. We always spoke about their depth of their midfield, their cleanliness, their spread, foot and hands, all clean, going forward. How are they going to deliver? They've just got such a spread. 2, 4, 6, 8, 7 goal scorers And you've got 4 of them a multiple, and Mitch Hannon's kicked 3 in that first half. And the way in which they are playing, Port Adelaide don't even look... I don't even know, Clint, just to follow on from what... Is there a way that Port Adelaide can get back into here? I can't see a player... There's plenty that haven't had a touch, but they're not really doing much to think, well, let's move them back or forward or just try and manoeuvre what they can to be able to get them into the game.
Well, I'm looking through Port's list now. I don't think they've got a winner on the ground, to be fair. I mean, Travis Boak and Riley Bonner and Ollie Wines are trying, but they're just getting touched up. Jack McRae's had 19. Bailey Smith has had 13 and kicked 2 goals. Bailey Dale off halfback, the way he's using the ball is outstanding. Drew's doing a reasonable job on Liberatore. He's getting under his skin, but, you know, they're just all chipping in, the Bulldogs. Norton's kicked 2. As you highlighted, Bontempelli and Rourke Smith have kicked 2 as well. So in terms of the spread of goal kickers, which we thought that was perhaps going to be the issue for the Bulldogs, is where they were going to kick their goals, they're doing it on their ear. 12 goals by half-time, and probably could have been more. Port are in big trouble. They're getting smacked again from contested possession. That's the one that's been their Achilles heel. And the ground ball, I'll go back to that one, minus 29. They are getting absolutely rogered around the contest from that point of view. And even from a contested mark, 3-10 in favour of the Bulldogs. They're just looking so dangerous. And they're so much cleaner, and they're spreading with intent. And Port are just unable to go with them at this point in time.
Stoppage clearances 18-7 in favour of the Western Bulldogs. But even when Port Adelaide are getting the football in that area, which is in the centre, the Bulldogs are actually monstering them and tackling, and then there's turning over. So Port Adelaide, I think, maybe 3 occasions have gone from centre, gone forward 50. Outside of that, the pressure from the Bullies has been immense. I think Stephen Martin, look, he's had... How many hit-outs? He's had the 6. He's only had 3 disposals. English has had the 7 hit-outs. So, again, they're not getting their hand to the football. Port Adelaide are. But just the quality of the midfield at the moment from the Western Bulldogs. And, you know, we talk about how good Bontempelli is, but he's had the 9. But there's others that are really stepping up and getting a lot of the football.
Well, it's the score source as well. I mean, they've, even though the clearance game from a field position point of view, but what's actually happening is that the Bulldogs have been able to get it in their front half. They've kicked 5 from intercepts coming in the other way, and then also at the other end of the ground, the Bulldogs have been able to intercept in Port's forward 50 and go back. They've kicked 5 out of their defensive half as well, so they're doing it at both ends of the ground. So Ken Hinckley and the match committee, they're in there scratching their head going, oh, where do we start? How do we do it? But it's essentially they've got to get back to winning contests. That's what it comes back to. That's the foundation of any game. They need to put it on that midfield group. They need to get some momentum. They need to get some repeat inside forward 50s, play the game in their front half, see whether they can get some momentum going that way. We touched on the Bulldogs in terms of, you know, fatigue and all that. They've used a fair few bickies in this first half of the game, and they've got reward for effort, no doubt about that. Can the Power get somewhere within striking distance by three-quarter time just to put an element of doubt? We've seen Port Adelaide, one of the things they do well is run on the top of their ground if they get their backs up.
I heard Ken Hinckley was asked, so Western Bulldogs, so you got Keith, Waitman and Josh Brute all out. But the question was to him, you know, they're all out, you've prepared really well, but he just turned it straight. I said, we've had a huge year with injury, and we've gone into games where we probably shouldn't have won, but we've managed to find a way to be able to do it. So he was certainly aware that obviously the Bulldogs are, you talk about the 3 and then Alex Keefe out, no, they can't win, but clearly the way that they have performed without those guys gives you greater insight into the depth of this team and how they're playing, and they all play their role. And there's a couple in here that don't have a whole lot of experience, but gee, they're still doing a tremendous job.
Well, that forward group, Port's forward group, have had no influence on the game whatsoever. Motlop's had 2 possessions, Fantasia's had 3, Charlie Dixon's had 4 and only had the 1 mark, which we understand that. Dersma's had a quiet night. Zach Butters only had 7. Now, yeah, they've been starved of opportunities. Only had 20 inside 50 forward 50s, and it hasn't come on with any great method. But, you know, to be fair, those guys haven't influenced the game at all.
Scott Camporilli, Rod Jamieson, Premiership players with us on Grandstand AFL, the preliminary final from Adelaide. And it has been all the visitors. The Bulldogs, 12-8-80 to Port, 3-4-22. So shocked was I at halftime. Then give you the goal kickers. Let's go through them now. Mitch Hannon has 3, Norton with 2, Bailey Smith with 2, Bontempelli with 2, Vandermeer, Rourke-Smith and Johannesson, the other goal kickers for the Bulldogs. They've shared it around. 7 goal kickers up to halftime. For Port Adelaide, they're 3, Houston, Wines and Bonner. What a performance by the Bulldogs. It's been dazzling to behold. They lead by 58 points at the half. There will be plenty more to come. I'll leave you with this if you're a Port Adelaide supporter, and I know you'll be hoping this isn't the case, but Matt Turner from the Advertiser has tweeted this. Port Adelaide was going better at half-time of the infamous 2007 grand final loss. That day they trailed by 52 points. It's 58 right now. If you need reminding, they lost by 119. Surely that can't happen tonight. We'll be cheering on for a bit more of a contest in the second half. In the meantime, though, if you're a Bulldogs fan, go and celebrate. Make yourself a cup of tea and listen to the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. New South Wales Health Minister Brad Hazzard is begging people to come forward to get medical help after 2 more people died at home from COVID-19. Today, 1,599 new COVID cases were reported in New South Wales and another 8 people died. 2 men, one in his 30s and one in his 40s from Sydney's west and southwest both died at home and tested positive after their deaths. Mr Hazzard says while he can't comment on specifics, it's clear financial pressure could see some people reluctant to come forward.
There's a lot of pressure. This is a virus that's highlighting some of the inequities in our community, and in some households it can be a very large household where only 1 or 2 people are working. And I think there is a reluctance in many instances for people to want to actually tell us that they're actually not well.
The Victorian government is pleading with those in the construction industry to follow the rules following a spike in COVID cases in the sector. Victoria's recorded 450 new COVID cases, with only 75 linked to the existing outbreak. New COVID exposure sites have popped up in regional Victoria at Lorne and Daylesford a day after areas outside Melbourne, except Shepparton, exited lockdown. Victorian Health Minister Martin Foley says the breakdown of the latest cases shows that the mobile nature of construction workers means COVID is able to be seeded across metropolitan Melbourne and regional areas.
So if I had one message today, it was that all workers, big and small, in the construction industry need to make sure that they follow the rules and that the time for continuing to hand out warnings in the sector is over.
Meanwhile, women in Victoria who are at least 24 weeks pregnant will be given priority COVID-19 vaccine access at state-run centres from tomorrow. An inmate in a Canberra jail has tested positive to COVID-19. The ACT recorded 15 new cases, with 6 spending time infectious in the community. ACT Chief Health Officer Dr Karen Coleman says a detainee being transferred into Canberra's prison is tested positive and will be included in tomorrow's numbers.
So we know that it's a vulnerable community and a high-risk setting. So as per all our high-risk and vulnerable settings, we have some really good operational plans in place.
South Australian health authorities are trying to isolate the close contacts of a mine worker who flew into the state with COVID-19. The man arrived yesterday morning on Virgin Flight 406 and was in quarantine before testing positive. Contact tracers are asking anyone from the flight or at the airport to monitor for symptoms. Chief Public Health Officer Dr Nicholas Spurrier says the man was an essential worker who obeyed comprehensive rules on his entry into the state.
As part of our direction, any of those people need to be on level 4, the level 4 restrictions, which means that when they're not working, they need to be in quarantine. And they need to have a test if they haven't had a negative in the last 3 days.
Former New South Wales Premier Christina Keneally is brushing off criticism from within her own party about her decision to run for the seat of Fowler in Sydney's southwest in the next election. Senator Keneally seeking pre-selection for the multicultural seat, which encompasses parts of the suburbs of Cabramatta and Fairfield. Some of her colleagues have been advocating for Vietnamese-Australian lawyer Tu Lee, who lives in the electorate, to be Labor's candidate. Senator Keneally says the community's been overlooked by state federal coalition governments, and she wants wants to change that.
This is a community I will live in, I will love, and I will represent. I know how to fight for communities like this. It's why I've gone into politics.
US President Joe Biden is appealing for national unity on the eve of American commemorations of the 20th anniversary of the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. Hijacked airliners flown by al-Qaeda-linked terrorists flew into the Twin Towers at the World Trade Center in New York, destroying them, and inflicted significant damage on the Pentagon in Washington. Mr. Biden paid tribute to the nearly 3,000 people who died, as well as to those who led the response.
We saw heroism everywhere, in places expected and unexpected. We also saw something all too rare, a true sense of national unity. Unity and resilience, the capacity to recover and repair in the face of trauma. Unity and service.
A Chinese expert says China's robotics industry will grow by 30% this year. The World Robot Conference is currently being held in Beijing, with displays from industrial applications to toys and even a robotic Albert Einstein. And Australia's Sam Stosur has made her 15th career Grand Slam after progressing to the finals of the women's doubles at the US Open. ABC News.
Coming down the track straight over the bowler's head.
Perry with a double 100 in a test match.
Women's international cricket.
They come for a second. Throw on its way. Shoot, run out. On the stumps. Big shout for leg before, and she's given.
Australia versus India starts September 21.
We're here to share some vax facts.
Some people worry about what's in the vaccine.
The vaccines can't give you COVID.
Because they do not contain the live virus.
Thankfully, the vaccine was developed, quicker than I can get dressed.
But that doesn't mean corners were cut.
When you throw loads of money, scientists and researchers at a cause,
you get quick results.
Please get vaccinated.
When you can, do it.
I've had mine.
I've had my 2 doses.
Go get yours.
The 2021 AFL Final Series.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Bailey Smith, he kicked into the middle of the ground, and Houston to mark, and then unable to retreat or unwilling to retreat. The required distance was Treloar. He gives away 50. Houston is able to convert. He kicks the goal.
The McRae snaps the Dogs to half forward. Bouncing ball. Houston flicks it down. Arriving Hannon, though, onto the footy. Kicks to full forward. Norton comes in and bangs it through.
Thought he gets a kick inside the attacking 50. Off hands again. Vandermeer won it down to Johannesson. He'll snap around the body. Oh, my goodness me. Another spectacular goal. Releases Treloar. 1 bounce, then 2. Now a 3rd down the outer side. A 4th bounce for Treloar. Then a 5th. He keeps going. Kicks towards full forward. Shacky hands to it. Could have marked. Johannesson down to Norton. Hand passes over the top. Hannon. Oh, that's as good a goal as you'll ever see. That was simply brilliant for his 3rd.
Houston a handball away. Johannesson swoops onto the footy. Hooks across the body. It goes to the goal square. Norton goes up. Can't mark. Shacky. Handball to Rourke Smith. Snaps and goals. In turn to Wood. Floats it to half forward. Unable to mark Norton, but it falls for Vandermeer. Off to Bontempelli. On the fly. The champ from 50 kicks the goal.
The 2021 AFL Finals Series on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
You don't want to go early, but Melbourne are there in the grand final, and the Western Bulldogs are all but. They lead by 58 points at half-time if you've just joined us. A remarkable performance. 12 goals, 8 to Port Adelaide, 3-4-22. They have absolutely dominated this game. And Adelaide Oval, stunned silence, despite a few rowdy Port supporters showing their frustration. Most people sitting there just wondering what on earth is going on, except one Bulldog supporter who's just down below us, who's absolutely letting everybody know how well they're travelling. They may be being told by one of the camera person in front of him that he might just have to sit down from time to time. He was up and about so much. He's wearing the red, white and blue beanie. He is having a good night. One of the few in the ground who've come along to spectate. This is not what we were predicting. We've said that before. Ben?
I think he was saying, did you see that first half? How do you expect me to stay in my seat? The Bulldogs just running roughshod over Port Adelaide.
Go your hardest.
The disposals overall, 185 to 167. A full rundown of the numbers. Contested possessions, 84 to 59 the way of the Western Bulldogs. The marks 45 to 41 for Port. Tackles 38 to 30 for Port. The clearances 24 to 15 though for the Western Bulldogs. That's been how they've done it. The inside 50s 33 to 20. Leading ball winners on the ground, Jack McRae. He only had less than 30 twice this season. One of those was against Port, but he's got 19 to half-time tonight. Travis Spoke with 15, Bonner with 15, Bailey Smith with 13, Dale with 12, Daniel with 12, Liberatore with 12, and then Treloar 11. Is there any way back for Port, gents?
Well, as we said just before we had the break, they've just got to get, I guess, the contest part of their game back on track first. If they can win that, they'll get some field position, they'll get some opportunities to score. But if it continues to go down the same path, and you read out the numbers, Benny, in terms of like the contested possession, that's a huge number by half time in terms of the dominance. And the one that we've mentioned before is that ground ball capacity as well. That's included in the contested ball numbers. So, you know, they're getting absolutely smashed at ground level, and the Bulldogs are clean as a whistle in that part of the ground. And as soon as they win that ground ball and then they flick it to the outside, and they've been really disciplined, the Bulldogs. I've been really impressed with how they've kicked the ball inside forward 50, and they're disciplined to do that. So, you know, full credit to Luke Beveridge and their coaching group.
Bailey Dale's been exceptional in the first half in defence. Caleb Daniel, we know he's just down low. He always runs, uses it really well. Easton Wood's done a tremendous job. Bailey Williams too. Taylor Giray, I just like he's low to the ground once again, uses his left foot. Zane Cordy, Ryan Gardner, he got caught holding the ball, but outside of that, you would have thought that pretty much every defender is well and truly on top. When it has gone down into Port Adelaide's forward line, you look at where the Port Adelaide forward line has been. Dixon's 4 to half-time, Fantasia 3 to half-time, Motlop 2 to half-time. Outside of that, they just haven't even looked like when they've got in there, they've got a dangerous forward. The defence has been all over them.
And for whatever it's worth, 17 times this season, the Western Bulldogs have led at half-time. They've only lost twice, but one of those losses was against Port.
You've been ultra positive, Benny. We're trying to get Port back in this game. I love it. Well done.
Port fans trying to sell them some hope. Martin wins the tap down. The Bulldogs leading by 58 as the second half is underway. Liberatore tackled by Drew. And we'll get a ball up.
Did you do the quarters stats? This is the Bulldogs' worst quarter. They've only won 9 of them this season.
But that game you're talking about too, Benny, was 3.5 goals. The differential at that particular time at half-time. It wasn't nearly 10.
That's the big issue. That was the asterisk, if you will. So 58 points as Martin slaps it out towards Hunter. Arriving there for Port Adelaide is Boak. He soccers it to the wing. Rourke-Smith does the same. It goes towards the boundary line and then turns and keeps itself in play as Burton gives it off to Bonner for Port. Eventually slithers free, kicks around this western wing in the Marshall direction. Up he goes, can't quite drag in the mark. Woods at the fall for the Bulldogs. Gives it off to Bailey Williams, who snaps around the wing. Bouncing ball for Norton. He carries it over the line. We'll get a throw in between wing and left half forward for the Dogs. 12-8-80, plays 3-4-22. No change to the halftime score through the opening minute.
Hasn't had a lot of the footy tonight, Aaron Norton, but kicked 2-goal-1 in that first half and just always looks to be a target when they do go forward.
Rucks wrestling with each other. Umpire says we'll play on here.
That's
Gray had it, couldn't get rid of it legally. He's pinged for holding the ball. Dunkley, good tackle. The Bulldogs take the advantage. Treloar probably wishes they didn't as he kicks straight to Bonner, who marks in the right back pocket for Port. He moves it short to Burton. Hand passes to Bonner, who's running by on his inside, kicks in the middle of the ground. Marshall couldn't mark under pressure, was able to work it to Bergman, dumps it inside forward 50, sits there for Wood, taps it towards the boundary line. Fantasia applies pressure, Wood goes again, came off his shin. Is that out of bounds on the full? It is.
I think he kicked it. He's saying that he kicked it and then it hit his hand and went out.
Why would you throw your foot at it there anyway? Anyway,
the officials think differently. Fantasia kicks inside forward 50. Dixon out to mark for Port Adelaide. This would be handy. A goal in the opening 3 minutes if Charlie can end what is, well, let's be honest, a little bit of a goal drought.
Kick
Hard to see. Pretty close, though.
Now, this is not beyond doubt either, Charlie.
Charlie Dixon in the left forward pocket from 30 metres out. He gives Port the start they so desperately desire. They're fourth. 4-4-28 Port. The Bulldogs 12-8-80. It remains a 52-point margin, though, in favour of the Dogs. 3 minutes into the third term.
Well, they got lucky, I guess, with a free kick, but it was a really nice kick inside forward 50 by Fantasia. But you go behind the goals, and this is what most clubs do now. They're really unselfish. So it was Motlop who went back and just stood in front of Charlie Dixon's direct opponent. So it was really good play by him, just allowed Charlie just some separation, and once he gets some separation and the ball's put in his area, he's hard to stop. And really important finish, not only a good finish, a really important finish for the start of this third quarter.
Just in terms of the margin too, there's always some sort of doubt as to the free kicks. It's 14-7 in favour of Port Adelaide.
So Dixon ends a 2-game goalless drought. Back in the middle. How about a knock it down, Stephen Martin going after it. Liberatore might have got a little tug on the jumper. He did. Advantage paid. Bontempelli receives the handball. Drives it inside 50 for the Dogs. Hannon onto it once again. Gets a handball away. It comes out towards Aliir holding the ball. Incorrect disposal. So Jonas with it in the back pocket for Port. Goes back to fullback. And the reigning best and fairest in Burne-Jones, who switches it further to Mackenzie. Mackenzie looks out towards the eastern wing. Fantasia out the back, just soccers it on, but the Dogs have the numbers. Bailey Williams mops up, runs into trouble, straight into Willem Drew, spits out to Marshall, kicks inside 50, trying to get back Gardner. There is Rosie, he gathers in the pocket, zigzags, pulls his kick back, misses the target. There to mop up, Hunter for the Dogs. Handball away to Dunkley, and he'll clear the danger momentarily.
Port can't mark across half forward. It came down to Lysett. Worked it back onto Burton. Originally dropped it. Now kicks inside forward 50 and finds Marshall. He marks.
Bulldogs just made a meal of that too, didn't they? In the end, they were able to win it. They had plenty of time to get it out, and I just thought the kick was really poor coming out of defence. And in the end, Ryan Burton drops an absolute dolly, but uses it pretty well normally when he gets hold of it by foot.
So Marshall marking 45-degree angle to the right. He'll kick from 45 out. We're right behind the kick. His boots cross the 50. Looking for back-to-back goals to start the third term. He kicks truly for Port. Perhaps there's life in the contest yet. 5-4-34 Port Adelaide. The Bulldogs at 12-8-80. Their lead now reduced to 46 points at the 6-minute mark of the third term. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC News Radio. Our experts Rod Jamieson and Scott Camperelli.
Yeah, well, they've just got the game on their terms, which is what we expected to happen, really. They were going to get their turn at some stage, Port, and they're getting better bang for their buck in terms of forward 50. The Bulldogs made a couple of errors there, and they've actually been able to hit the scoreboard. But I was going to go back to the Connor Rosie one. I've got a fascination with the forwards that want to try and body instead of just attacking the ball. Like, attack the ball. You're more often going to get a free kick from a hole rather than getting out of position. He's a smaller forward. He needs to actually go at the footy.
Lysett hooks it down from the bounce back in the middle towards Gray, who gets the handball away to Wines. Now to Houston, sweeps a handball to the wing, running onto it, Amon, arches his back, kicks towards full forward, in good position Butters, in front of him Bailey Dale, it spills back to Butters, handball to Dixon, back into the traffic, he tries to centre it, looking for Laddams, the fist comes from McRae, Liberatore gets involved, he jams it on the boot, clears the danger, bouncing ball back on the wing, Port will have the numbers, getting their Wines. He gives it off to Bonner, who kicks on the left, back towards full forward. Marshall! He's got it again! He outbodies Bontempelli. And he marks 25 out directly in front. And he could kick 2 goals in 2 minutes.
There's always been talk about, is he good enough to play? Is 3 tools, full tools, too dangerous for Port Adelaide? Well, he just keeps finding a way.
Well, they've had supply, Jamo.
Yeah.
You know, we spoke about the first half. They just didn't have supply. Now they've actually got it in there. They're putting the Bulldogs defenders under pressure.
Marshall comes in and just squeezes it home. He nearly missed it. You don't have to draw pictures. It counts for Port Adelaide. It's back to 40 points. And Marshall has kicked 2 goals in 2 minutes. Port Adelaide 6-4-40. The Western Bulldogs 12-8-80. Rod Jamieson, Scott Camporelli.
Well, the Bont's just asking. He reckons he might have touched it. He's gone to the umpires. The umpires are all now just having a chat. But for Todd Marsh, just to be able to outbody, we've been talking about Marcus Bontempelli, how good he is and his ability to be able to win it. And he just got moved out of the way and just read the football so much better. It's touched. Yep.
You can see the fingers fold back.
The Bont caught it straight away.
Well, I think you'd know whether you touched it or not.
Well, he looked pretty relaxed about it. How often though does a defender do that?
We are told that they were all reviewed on the way back to the middle, so maybe the Bont knew. He knew that would show up. You can never be sure with the cameras.
Well, it's clearly easy, wasn't it?
Oh, that's a let-off. And that just drains all of the oxygen out of Adelaide Oval. It was 3 unanswered goals to start the third term. And boy, that hurts if you're a Port Adelaide fan.
They're playing the right way now. They've actually got field position. The Bulldogs haven't been inside 50 yet. So this is the thing for Port. If they can just keep it in this front half and keep getting reward for effort, they'll chip away.
Dale on a run beyond defensive 50 with the kick. Norton, nice mark. Has it at left half back.
He's been great aerial tonight, hasn't he?
I think that's his 5th contested mark.
Knows how to clunk them. Kicks down the line. Spoiled. Well done, Houston. Got back and saw it over the line, just in front of the interchange gates for a throw-in. How did Port respond now? Ben summed it up really well. It was like just air out of a balloon when the news came through. It was a touch behind and not a goal to Marshall. By the ruck with a telling tap. It's down behind to Johannesson, who might have been taken high. No, the umpire says the tackle's affected by Lycett. It'll be a ball up instead. Scott Lycett against Stephen Martin. Lycett palmed it down. Shark by Liberatore. Tackled, lost it. Comes out the side. Wines did well. Hand pass to Gray. Kicks the power towards right half forward. Bounces past a couple of players. And then Daniels, lovely gather. Daniel just picked it up, scooped it up and worked it to William. Kicks towards centre wing. Bonner with the spoil. There's going to be a free kick here.
Holding.
Comes back towards Lycett, who'll have it. He was being held in the contest. Free against Martin. He's got it on centre wing on the logo.
He gives it off to Houston, who has Norton hot in his hammer. Runs a little U-turn, then chips it short to Gray. Gray wants to go. Chisels it low inside 50. Dixon can't quite complete it. Daniel at the fall of the ball. It comes back to Dixon. Then out to Liberatore, who gives it to McRae. Short for the Dogs to Stephen Martin. Just backward of the wing on the western side of the ground. Dogs leading by 45 points. We thought it was back to 40 points, but Marshall's shot on goal was touched. So McRae at left half back for the Dogs. Kicks towards the wing. At the back, Houston juggles it a couple of times. Not paid the mark, so he kicks back from where it came towards Dixon. At half forward for Port. Ball spills out the back. There to mop up McRae again for the Dogs. He kicks back towards the wing. English goes up a couple of bites. Doesn't complete it. Burne-Jones goes in, spins out of trouble. Handball away and out of play. We'll get a throw in just forward of the wing for Port Adelaide. Western side of the ground. 45 points. The Bulldogs advantage 12-8-80. Plays 5-5-35. Played almost 12 minutes. Third term on Grandstand AFL.
Spun back into play. Laddam's front position. Palms it down for Port. Bontempelli reacts quickest. Gathers. Keeps it in. Hard up against the boundary. And then Wines coming towards him. Get a hand pass away that was happy enough to see it ricochet over the line for a throw-in. Work Wines applying the pressure.
How can the umpire stop that? He's stopping it so Laddams can put his boot back on. That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Throw it in.
He should just throw it in.
Throw it away. Throw his boot away.
This is ridiculous.
That is
rule
ridiculous.
With the,
Is there a rule?
Well, with the ruck's nominating, if he's unavailable to actually take it, I think you would have to stop it. But I go back to the point, ruck shouldn't have to nominate. Both clubs get one bloke who goes up. Just throw it up and move it on from there. Bulldogs get the clearance through Hunter. Kicks towards left half forward. Houston's able to work it onto Jonas. Kicks around the body. Finds Wines, who marks on centre wing.
And Wines bursts away with the footy. Loops a handball into the middle of the ground. It might work out. It finds Marshall. Back to Wines. To Motlop. Can he be the X factor? He floats it on goal. And it drifts to the line where it's touched. Oh, it's touched on the line. He didn't quite get it, Motlop. And it floated a little bit like a wounded duck. And in the end, the Dogs were able to get back and get a hand on it.
Ryan Gardner. Right on the line.
44 points. Is the advantage. Port coming though.
Hit beyond defensive 50 for the Bulldogs. English won it down. Hunter couldn't claim it. Laddams taps it along the boundary line. Kept it in. Well done to Houston. Looks to keep working on the Laddams. Got the arms free. Looked like a throw. Umpire says play on. She didn't get any contact with the fist on that footy. As McRae beyond defensive 50 to Hannon, who breaks away from one tackle, and then Bonner smothers his kick and sees it over the boundary line for a throwing. They haven't made them pay on the scoreboard with Port's ability to get forward, but they've certainly lifted their rating in this third term. The margin, though, remains 44 points in favour of the Bulldogs here, and we've gone around about 14 minutes into the third.
Riley Bonner's been probably the best for Port Adelaide at the moment. They'd be a lot further in front, the Bullies, if it wasn't for him.
Slick hands from Bontempelli out to Bailey Smith. Kicks the Dogs to half forward. Hannon roves the pack. Under pressure, dribbles a kick inside 50. Aliir picks it up. Tackled quickly by Dunkley. The umpire says no prior opportunity. Ball it up. 45 out from the Dogs' goal.
Why is that any different from the one that Port Adelaide got in the first quarter? It's
from Bailey
exactly
Dale.
the same. Yeah.
English slaps it down, but the clearance comes from Butters. He kicks towards the middle of the ground. Daniel onto the footy. He's quickly tackled, taken to ground by Rosie. And again, the umpire wants to ball it up. 44 points, the Dogs' advantage. Almost a quarter of an hour into this third.
Thrown aloft, English took clean possession, kicked straight into Butters, bounced back to him. Drew tackled him to ground without him having the football, so English will get the free kick. Moves it on quickly to Bailey Smith. Bailey Smith kicks into the left forward pocket. Aliir in best position. Oh, making up good ground. Shaki got in front. He wanted the football desperately and was able to see it over the line for a throw-in.
You can just see Port's levels lifted, hasn't it? You know, you can see it visually. Their intensity's better. You know, they're at the Bulldogs. They're cleaner with their ball, with ball in hand, and they've dominated 9-4 inside 50s for the quarter.
Bulldogs still lead by 44 points. It's back into play. Laddams with the tap, works it out towards Houston, and then Houston clearing kick beyond the defensive 50. Dixon travelled a long way to get there. Takes the mark. Hands high up above his head. He has it at right half back. He'll turn. He sends it back inside his defensive 50 to Bonner. Bonner pauses. He'll get told to move it on now. Oh, almost ran himself into trouble. Eventually gets the kick away. Not a great one. Dunkley got a touch on it. Bailey Smith was there. Can he get his arms free? Good tackle, Laddams. Well done to Smith. Got the arms out to Dunkley. Goes back to Duray. From left half back. Kicks towards left half forward. Leaping up into the air. Not quite Norton. Got hands to it. Spill down to Bontempelli. To English. Hand pass to McRae for the Bulldogs. Then kicks straight down the throat of Jonas. Marks defensively at right half back.
How good's the Bont look? He just does it so easy.
Jonas, a short kick to Wines under pressure from Johannesson. He's able to recover, get it back towards Amon, who gives it back to Jonas. His kick smothered by the Bont. Now the Dogs might be in. Hannon can't quite gather. He knocks it to the boundary line. We'll get a throw in.
They've worked their way back into the Bullies, haven't they, too? Just the last few minutes that sort of went down to half forward, it came back, and they've just managed to even the contest out, and it's been sitting out here on the western side of Adelaide Oval for the last 4 or 5 minutes.
So a throw in at half forward for the Dogs. English and Laddams. Through the hands of Laddams, it comes out to Treloar, snaps towards full forward. Jonas able to fist it down. Norton roves it in the pocket. Stands up in a gang tackle, carries it out. And a throw in the left forward pocket. Now for the Bulldogs, 12-8-80. They lead Port 5-6-36. We're inching towards an all red and blue with a little bit of white grand final next weekend.
Throwing back in. English took clean possession. Got a hand pass to no one in particular. McRae's able to gather. There's Wines tackle without the football. Port fans thought, though, English moved it on. Treloar run down. Great tackle, aim on. He needed to as well. Treloar was just about to set himself for a shot at goal. Wrapped him up, dispossessed him, wins the free kick at full back. Kicks to Bergman at right half back. He'll come down the commentary wing. 2-on-2 battle. Dixon stretches one-handed, couldn't mark it. Thought he was happy to receive it. Worked it back to Gardner. Kick up in the air towards left half forward. Brought to ground by Port. But the numbers are with the Dogs again. Worked on to McRae, then to Bailey Smith. Kicks towards left half forward. And this is Norton, about 60 from goal.
Dunkley's been good this quarter.
So Norton a little bereft. He tries to take on McKenzie. Does. Gives the handball to Hunter. Kicks a left-footed drop punt towards full forward. Going up the bont. He can't quite complete it. Down in front for Dunkley. Gives it to Treloar. Snaps on goal. He gets the off break when he needed the leg break. And it bounces through for a minor score. So back out to 45 points. I think I said the grand final next week. I meant in a fortnight, of course. Old habits die hard. We've got the bye next week. Brownlow medal on the Sunday night.
Is hard to get your head around first time. Short pass coming from McRae to Bonner beyond defensive 50.
Grand final in Perth, who would have thought?
Exactly, the Lysett. Certainly not those of us who live there, as work it around through the hands of Bonner, then to Eamon, back to Bonner. Ooh, just led Bulldogs players in a merry dance as he gets away from them. The kick towards Boak. Now towards left half forward. Chance for Butters to send it inside forward 50. Not quite enough on the kick. Went to ground off the hands of Marshall, and it's been held in. Boak was desperately battling for it, locked in by the Bulldogs through Daniel. It's going to be a ball up. A couple of metres in from the boundary. 52 out from the goal for Port. Comes out again. And then it's been locked in again. Not going anywhere here. Still just inside the forward 50 in the left forward pocket. McRae over the top of it, tackled by Lysett.
16-6 tackles in favour of Port this quarter. So just effort and energy, wanting to get hold of the footy.
Lysett wins the tap. Bontempelli the clearance. He kicks towards the wing. No mark taken. Rourke Smith goes in. So too Bonner. Bonner wins it for Port. Out to Wines. Gives it off to Dersma, who kicks a high ball inside 50. Who wants to stand underneath it? Dixon launches. Can't complete the mark. At the full, Rosie slaps it towards Lysett, who gives it back to Rosie. Port now at left half forward. Bonner evades one. Kicks to full forward. Nobody home. And able to take the mark is Gardner. He gives it quickly to Bailey Dale for the Dogs. Kicks beyond defensive 50. But Aliir comes up and marks for Port.
Need to make something of this Port. Aliir goes across half forward. Houston marks just inside the attacking edge of the centre square. He's actually now last man back for a moment. He'll put it into the left forward pocket. Dixon flew front position though. Going up Dersma. He takes the mark.
He hasn't paid it though, has he?
He's playing a ball up. That's a mark.
Oh, goodness me. No wonder the Port fans reacted as they did. Surely that is a mark.
Oh, no, it hits the ground. If you have a look on the replay, as he goes to ground, you can just see it bobble out and bobbles back into his arms.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah.
He's back to us as it hit the deck. Spills out. Wines gathers, snaps. Misses to the left-hand side. I can understand if you're on our side of the ground why you feel aggrieved with that. Certainly looked like a mark from here, but the replay, as Scott told you, is correct. It did just take a little bobble. The Bulldogs lead 44 points, 21 gone in the third.
The Baileys just sharing it. Bailey Dale into Bailey Williams, who moves it to left half back, and Caleb Daniel pulls a kick beautifully onto the chest of Tim English. His kicking is a feature. So English just backward of the wing, western side of the ground. 44 points, the Dogs' advantage. Kicks forward to the wing. Norton goes up, so too Shackey. No mark taken. Hannon at the fall. Dunkley's kick smothered by Houston. It ricochets away. Daniel can't quite run it in. Out of play for a throw-in on the wing.
McRae in this quarter, he's had 7, English 6, Bontempelli 6 for Port Adelaide. Bonner's had 10. Ollie Wines just come for a break with 9, and Dan Houston with the 7.
Lycett brings it down towards Drew. It ricochets back to Lycett. Getting involved, Burton here merges from the congestion with the footy. Kicks on the left inside 50 towards Fantasia. So too Bailey Williams. Drops the mark, no paid.
He's paid that one.
Yep. I think you've got 26,000 people agreeing with your Campo as Bailey Williams moves it to Wood. He kicks towards the eastern side of the ground for the Dogs.
They'll get a free kick here too. Rosie, the player who gives away, went before acceptances against Gardner. Had a bit of right to be unhappy with those decisions, the way they balanced out. And then Gardner's put it out of bounds on the full.
That's an ordinary kick, isn't it, at best? Plenty of time, and he's almost put it into the first row.
So just shy of centre wing, Bonner, who's been terrific in this quarter for Port, stabs it to Boak, back to Bonner from the logo. Kicks into the left forward pocket for Port Adelaide. Big pack up, no mark taken. Bailey Smith is there. Clearing kick around the body. Boak waited. Johannesson didn't. Was able to spoil it over the line for a throw-in. He did attack the football. Bulldogs lead 44 points. 23 and a half minutes gone in the third term. Grandstand AFL. The preliminary final from Adelaide. ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC News Radio.
Lycett puts it on a platter for Gray, who's on the burst from the stoppage. His kick not a great one underneath it. Caleb Daniel takes a leaping chest mark. A little sore too, Caleb Daniel.
He's not well.
Taking a mouthful of...
No, he's not well.
Yeah.
Might have just copped one here.
He's crashed his head into the turf here.
Yeah. His neck almost gets twisted.
Might be a rib too by the looks of it. He's just come up a bit ginger, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's
on the right side.
Yeah.
Just struggling. Caleb Daniel, he'll take the kick. Seems okay. He's still bent over. Eventually he'll take the free kick at centre half back for the Dogs. Now he looks as though he's wincing in pain as he kicks towards the logo. No mark taken at the back. Houston mops up. Handball to Boak. Handball doesn't quite find Drew. It allows in the Dogs through McRae. Gets a handball back out towards Treloar. Tries to don't argue. There's a free kick in it all. It'll go to McRae. So the Dogs with it. Eastern side of the ground, just forward of the logo. McRae runs around onto the left. Sends it inside 50. Shacky launches at the footy and completes the mark in front of Aliir. 40 metres out, 5 in from the boundary line. Right side for a left footer.
Well, I was watching that. I looked ahead of the ball, guys, and once again, Aliir, he stands in front of his opponent, and just Shacky just went behind him and got in his blind side, and then as soon as McRae rolled and played on, he got in behind his back shoulder, and then Aliir lost him. So that's how he's been able to mark that ball.
So Josh Shacky, a couple of blemishes tonight. He sets it up towards the goal square. Rourke Smith comes in, not quite close to the goal line it goes. Lycett wisely carries it over. A rush behind for Port. 46 points the margin. The way of the Western Bulldogs. 26 minutes travelled, third term Grandstand AFL.
Well, in this quarter, Port Adelaide have had it all their way. Majority in kick 2, goal 3. The Bullies haven't scored a major with only 2 behinds.
Need to do more damage on the scoreboard as Aliir turns it over again down the throat of Duray on the logo. In front of the Max Bashir stand. Moved it short to Hunter. Plays on by a hand to Liberatore. Goes looking for Shacky and finds him at right full forward. Marking in front of the old beautiful scoreboard here at Adelaide Oval.
Well, they just used the extra number there off the mark there, the Bulldogs. It was Liberatore and I think Hunter on the other side of the ground. Aliir had to man the mark, and then Libba just spread hard forward, and they used that overlap well.
Shacky will snap around the body, and he'll bring the Bulldogs fans at that end of the ground to their feet. He puts his name on the list of goal kickers as the Bulldogs get their first of the half. 13-10-88 to Port's 5-7-37. Their lead is back out past half a century. They're up by 51. 27 gone in the third. Aaron Bryans is downstairs.
Clinton, update on Caleb Daniels. So he stayed out on the field, a bit ginger beneath his right rib, but seems to be okay. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, Todd Marshall had concerns with his left hamstring. Took a while to test it out and needed a lot of work done, but he's making his way back onto the field as well.
They've been able to negate Aliir Aliir's impact, haven't they, tonight, pretty much from the outset. He's taken 6 marks. He's only had 9 disposals, 8 kicks, but going at 50%. Certainly 2 of those kicks have been intercepted by the Western Bulldogs and gone back over his head.
It's great for Josh Shackey as well. Pick 2, rough time at the Brisbane Lions. Comes to the Dogs, hasn't really had an extended run at it, but all of a sudden he's in the team when they make the grand final. Laddams wins the tap, back in the middle. Immediately tackled his Gray, can't quite get it free with the handball. And it's held in and will get a ball up. Still inside the outer of the 2 circles in the middle of the Adelaide Oval.
It's the mindset of Port Adelaide. Like, they've absolutely thrown everything at them this quarter. They've managed 2 and the Bullies have got 1 and they just can't close that margin.
Port work it towards half forward. Butters, handball towards Gray. Burne-Jones slaps it onto Butters, who slaps it onto Wines. Gets it out towards Houston. Kicks to full forward, looking for Dixon. In front, Wood drops the mark but recovers best. Gets it onto the boot. His kick bobs up in the air. Play on. Butters. Handball away to Bergman. Bergman from 35. Bergman misses. And they just can't afford to waste those kind of opportunities.
15 inside 50s, Port. They've had this quarter for 2 goals for. Just wasting opportunities, haven't they?
So 50 points is the margin again.
Contested in this quarter, Ben, 38-34 the Western Bulldogs' way. So as much as the footy that Port had, the Bullies have managed to get back on top in that area.
Daniel kicked to a pack at left half back. The Bulldogs can bring it away. Vandermeer moved it on. Then a thumping kick from Rourke Smith to left half forward off hands. At the back, Aliir worked it down. Clever hand pass then from Laddams, but they've turned it over again.
Great
here,
kick.
Port. That's lovely from Liberatore. He spots Treloar, who waltzes into space, and he kicks the goal. They've seen more of the nation than the Leyland brothers in the last couple of weeks, the Western Bulldogs, but it's done them no harm at all because they're romping away with this game up to a 56-point advantage. 14-10-94 to Port, 5-8-38 as we hit the half an hour mark in the third.
Well, once again, it was a turnover in their front half. Their pressure has been great all night, the Bulldogs, but it was a clever kick, wasn't it? They just didn't hack it forward. It was Libba once again. He great inside 50 kick on the other side that allowed Shackey to kick that goal. Then he's just lowered his eyes here under pressure, didn't jack it forward. He saw Treloar and really nice finish. He probably wanted to make sure he kicked that Treloar, otherwise he might have got a little spray from Hannon. But good finish. The Bulldogs have, once again, I mean, it's only 2 points of difference in the quarter, and Port, to be fair, have dominated, really.
Vandermeer's tackle on Mackenzie too, wasn't it? Just to be able to bring the ball back in and square it off, and Liberatore does the rest.
And the world works in funny ways for Adam Treloar as Liberatore feeds it to Bontempelli, who kicks the Dogs to half forward. Shackey contests at the fall. Aliir. Handball away to Burton. Handball to Houston. Neat little kick. Looking for Butters. He can't quite mark it. Low down. Daniel picks it up, gives it off to McRae, kicks the Dogs back inside 50, spills out to Hannon. He's had a night. He couldn't kick this. Surely not. Bending back, he doesn't. It was a good roost on the left from the boundary line, 45 out. Not to be.
3-2, Mitch Hannon.
Interesting with Cody Waitman available. What do they do?
Oh, great mark, Jack McRae.
He just saw his life flash in front of him.
Dixon is coming.
He would have heard the footsteps too. He had his eyes over his left shoulder, took the mark as Dixon came the other way. Well, there was potential for carnage. Big fly up into the air, trying to get to it. He gave it everything. Laddams couldn't mark though. Port beyond defensive 50. I'll kick towards the commentary wing. Spills down offhand, shoveled forward by McRae here again. On in turn to Hunter, intercepted by Port. Now they can go forward. It came through Wines. Chain of hand passes to Boak, then back to Wines again. Gets around his opponent in Vandermeer. He'll head towards right half forward, stretching Giray. Couldn't mark. Gray's right with him. Giray, just sells him some candy. Got past him and then kicks back towards the commentary wing. They all go up, off the hands. Martin front position, spill down to Treloar. Sweeping it forward, Johannesson for the Bulldogs. On in turn to Hunter. Inside forward 50. Lovely play, Shaki marks.
What a great kick too, Hunter. Had two options. Probably took the harder one in the end. Shaki flat out at him. Jonas right on his behind. Bully's tremendous to get back into the game. It was all Port Adelaide in the first part of that third quarter.
He has one goal and two behinds. A poster as well for one of those, Josh Shaki. But almost the full gamut in front of goal. He's kicking from 51 out. Looked all right off the boot, swung to the left and misses to the left. The Western Bulldogs, they finished the term 14-12-96. 58 points to the good of Port Adelaide, 5-8-38. So for the Bulldogs, their goal kickers, Mitch Hannon's got 3. Bontempelli with 2. Bailey Smith with 2. Norton with 2. Then Treloar with 1. Shaki with 1. Vandermeer 1. Rourke-Smith 1, Johannesson 1. 9 different goal kickers for the Western Bulldogs. For Port Adelaide, their goals, Marshall, Houston, Wines, Dixon and Bonner. So we're where we were at half-time. The Bulldogs lead by 58 points. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC News Radio, this is Grandstand, AFL.
G'day, I'm Jan Fran.
Absolutely not true.
And we have a quiz show that will put an end to fake news.
Slight overreach.
Catch the new show about getting your facts straight.
It showcases the best new comedians.
Yeah, that bit's true.
And it gives you the tools to tackle misinformation.
Question everything.
People call me misinformation.
Really?
Drop in for a new show with Will Anderson and Jan Fran. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and stream it on ABC iView.
On the stumps, big shout for a leg before and she's given.
Women's international cricket.
They come for a second, throw on its way, shoot right out.
Australia versus India starts September 21.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Fantasia kicks inside forward 50. Dixon! Out to mark for Port Adelaide. Charlie Dixon, the left forward pocket from 30 metres out. He gives Port the start they so desperately desire. Worked it back onto Burton, originally dropped it. Now kicks inside forward 50 and finds Marshall. And Marshall marking 45-degree angle to the right. The back-to-back goals to start the third term. He kicks truly for Port. Hunter plays on by hand. Aliir Aliir goes looking for Shaki and finds him at right full forward. Shaki will snap around the body and he'll bring the Bulldogs fans at that end of the ground to their feet. That's lovely from Aliir Aliir. He spots Treloar, who waltzes into space and he kicks the goal.
The 2021 AFL Finals Series on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
There's a quarter to come in the preliminary final at Adelaide Oval, and it would take a miracle for Port Adelaide from here. What will eventuate? How do the Western Bulldogs handle this final term? Let's get the thoughts of our experts, Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson.
Well, they don't have to do a lot different, to be fair. I mean, as Jamo called it, Port Adelaide dominated that first half of the quarter. Couldn't really get bang for their buck, but the Bulldogs just showed great fight, really, to get the game back on their terms. They evened up the contested ball and got their noses in front. They almost evened up the inside 50s, but they got the same return, 2 goals, 4 each for the quarter. So the usual suspects, McRae, Aliir Aliir lifted his work rate, even though Drews had his colours for most of the night. But it was just their ball use inside 50 that was the difference, really, and some forward half pressure. But it was great to see that Port actually got the game back on their terms at the start of that third quarter, and they had plenty of opportunities. They just couldn't hit the scoreboard, Gemma.
And it's, I think the pressure that, I guess, what I thought the Western Bulldogs were able to slow it down as that quarter went on to get themselves back. We spoke about out here on the western side, they were able to just go 1 for 1 and even the game for a period of time and probably just run the game out. And Port Adelaide's mindset, it's going to be a tough one. Again, the contested football as a guide, it's 129, the Western Bulldogs to 98. So again, at the start of the game, Port Adelaide have never lost a game when they've won the contested football. The contested marks too, 14-5 in favour of the Bulldogs. And again, just the sentiment around the ground, and it is loud when Port Adelaide don't get it their way. It's 18 frees to 11 in favour of Port Adelaide, and they just clearly go about doing what they're doing really cleanly.
Some of the quick numbers, the contested possessions, plus 30 for the Western Bulldogs. The clearances, plus 9 in that area. Leading ball winners, McRae 31, Wines 28, Bonner 28. Then down to Houston with 20. Aaron Bryant's downstairs.
Ben, Port Adelaide have activated its medical sub. Todd Marshall is out of the game with a left hamstring injury. Sam Powell-Pepper has come into the game.
Well, this could lighten things up a little bit too. He's going to put his head down and get over the football.
Straight in the centre bounce.
The last 10 minutes of that quarter, 46% of play in favour of the Western Bulldogs, 18. So again, Port out of the blocks. They just couldn't hang on. Bullies win it back and then just hang on to the football.
Luke Beveridge held his Bulldogs in about another 30 seconds after Port Adelaide when they'd broken. You mentioned Powell-Pepper. He is prowling around the centre circles, hoping for some sort of an impact. He'd need to put on the performance of all performances as Aaron Bryant's. This really does put a bit more of a dampener on things if you're a Port Adelaide supporter, doesn't it? What's happening down there?
We nearly got there, Clint, but the rain is starting to set in now at the Adelaide Oval for the final term. We'll see if it has any impact in Port Adelaide's chances.
And Marshall out. The activation, Powell-Pepper. Lycett stares across at Martin, and Martin wins it down. The ball bounces around for a little bit, onto it quickly. Bontempelli gave it to McRae. Gets the first kick away for the Bulldogs of the quarter towards left half forward. Houston couldn't mark. Trying to go in there and gather. Bailey Smith, he got to the footy, was tackled immediately, brought to ground, ball up the core. Houston one side of him, Dersma the other. It's thrown aloft. Isaac protected his space, won it down, came out towards Treloar, gave it to Bontempelli. The captain kicks inside forward 50. Bergman dropped the mark. Oh, that might be really costly. It spilled down and then a dribbled shot on goal. It's bouncing through. He's just on the ground as a sub here, Scott, and he kicks the goal. What an impact. One touch, one goal. And the Bulldogs have 10 goal kickers for the night and 15 in total. 15-12, 102. Port Adelaide 5-8-38. It's a 64-point lead to the Bulldogs in the opening 60 seconds of the last.
Well, we spoke about how the Bulldogs were going to kick a winning score, and they've had 10 goal kickers for the game. I guess you don't need one or two to pop up, Jamo. You need 15 to 20 to win, but 10 goal kickers, they've done it the hard way. Full credit to the Bulldogs.
Just in that passage of play, though, too, maybe it is because of the weather and the rain just coming in, but Dan Houston drops a chest mark, Bourbon drops a chest mark, so again, the pressure goes to ground, it goes onto the defence, the Bulldogs just get there, they're cleaner with the football, and they get another goal.
Lycett wins the tap, straight down to Powell-Pepper. He loses possession of the football, and they pile on. Eventually, Powell-Pepper extracts it. Out towards Wines. Now Powell-Pepper's over the top of the Bulldogs' opponent, Smith, who tries to come away with the footy. Eventually, the umpire says, let me ball it up. Aaron Bryant's downstairs.
Ben, the Western Bulldogs have activated their medical sub, so Latham Vandermeer is off with a right hamstring concern. He was a little bit of a niggle at three-quarter time. Looked like he was keen to play on, but they've removed him. Anthony Scott is on the field.
So Port emerge with the footy as Amon shanks his kick inside 50. It bounces up to Gardner, who just heaves it out of there, back into the middle of the ground. Picking it up, Bailey Smith. He gets a handball away towards Treloar. He's tackled quickly, and they pile on top. And we'll get a ball up in the middle of the Adelaide Oval with the rain falling. 64 points, the Bulldogs' advantage.
Houston drops another one.
Thrown up. The ruck got a telling tapper away. It spills out. socket out. I think it was Burton who cannoned it into Bontempelli. Ricochets out towards Bailey Smith. Might have been held off it by Houston. Umpires say play on. Came there to Treloar, and Treloar's taken high. He'll get the free kick here, just shy of the wing. Climb up off the deck. Houston, the player who gave it away.
So that should be holding the ball. He's ducked into that. We saw it last night with Joel Selwood. They didn't play a couple of his last night. But me, that's holding the ball.
The kick is towards left half forward. There's no mark taken. He was in the middle of that pack. It's off hands and over for a boundary throw-in.
Worth mentioning, for 16 of the 23 rounds, Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs were the top two teams on the ladder. Obviously, it changed late, but they split their matches one apiece throughout the season.
Barton and Lycett are interested in each other again. They went to ground. Porter able to get the clearance here. Burton goes back by hand to Jonas at centre half back. He'll kick towards the commentary wing. A one-on-one battle going to ground. Fantasia worked out well. Chance for Williams to kick towards right half forward, but he turns it over. Taken by Bergman of Port. So from left half back, then he turns it over. And then diving out again, Williams once more. I'll have it back. What does he do with it this time? Just standing shy of the logo on centre wing. Takes a couple of steps forward. Kicks again towards right half forward. Porter able to get a player across to spoil it down. It was Jonas, spilled to Bergman. Hand pass again to Aliir. Goes back by hand to Bonner. Hand pass to Bergman. All right at the bootlaces. Able to gather. Threw it on the boot. Did well just to get rid of it, but turns it over. Williams happy to accept the mark again. They're inching their way forward here with Williams' kicks. He's now just shy of the attacking edge of the centre square, and he moves it short to Johannesson, who marks it centre half forward.
Lazy defensive work, Port Adelaide.
So Johannesson, the man on the mark, 53 out. He looks into the pocket, looking for English. He crashes the pack, brings it to ground. Burton there for Port. But a 1-2 by hand with Wines. Burton now cruises around the defensive 50. Eventually kicks out towards the wing. Bouncing ball. It tumbles out. The umpire says deliberate. So Rosie was in the vicinity. The umpire has paid the free kick. It'll go to Wood. So Wood for the Dogs. He kicks it back inside 50. Trying to find Martin. He can't. Bergman stands in front of the pack and takes the mark.
Couple of good marks in the last 5 minutes.
So the Dogs by 64 points. 5.5 minutes into this final term on Grandstand AFL.
Wood stretches, couldn't mark, spilled down though to Hunter, to Daniel. Now Treloar steps inside Butters, just gets the kick away. Towards left half forward, strong grab Bontempelli. He's on one leg. Wow, he's been amazing tonight. Kicks into the left forward pocket. You give him a wrap, and then he does that and misses everything. Plenty of opportunities, though, to give him a wrap. He actually just holds the hand up and says, yeah, okay, that wasn't the best moment of the night, but his team is up by 64 points.
And to be fair, he hasn't even looked like he's been sore, though, has he? Like, if you didn't knew that he had his knee last week, you wouldn't even know.
Not at all. Lycett front position, palmed it down for Port towards the boundary line. Burton provides the shepherd on Bontempelli, allows Aliir to pick it up. Oh, great fly! That's a sensational grab. One of the few highlights of the night for Rosie. And he doesn't give anyone a chance to really enjoy it as he kicks quickly towards right half forward. It's scooped on by Bogue. He takes a bounce. It wasn't a good one. Came back to him eventually. Found Motlop. Goes in the direction of Fantasia. Dale spoils the moment for Port. He takes the mark in the defensive 50 for the Bulldogs. Gives it to Daniel, who moves it straight up the corridor. Treloar marks.
Treloar back to Bailey Dale, who kicks low and flat and well onto the chest of Scott.
It's been a starter night, Bailey Dale.
Scott slides in and marks and then gets to his feet, kicks around the western wing. Wood flies, can't take the mark. Shackey front and square, gives it to Bontempelli. Goes with a long check side towards Norton. Nice mark, McKenzie. I think his first hand to it was an attempt to spoil, and then it just landed in his lap, so he completed it.
It's probably the only contested mark that he's won all night. Norton's clearly won that battle.
He moves it to Dersma, who moves it to Boak. Out at right half back, he's corralled and then tackled out or pushed out. And a throw in at left half forward here for the Western Bulldogs. Aaron Bryant's downstairs.
Ben, just an update on Latham Vandermeer, who's subbed out for Anthony Scott. The official wording from the Western Bulldogs is hamstring tightness, which hopefully leaves the door open for him if the Western Bulldogs do advance to the grand final in 2 weeks' time.
Gee, that was a great mark from Rosie. No chance to really savour it before as Dunkley gets a kick away and finds Bailey Smith, who marks hard up against the boundary, left half forward. He's 52 from goal. He'll wheel around. He only has eyes for a massive major. Oh, Bailey Smith. He's got 3. The kick's only slightly longer than the mullet, but it was just magnificent. Luxurious, you would say. The Bulldogs are out to a 70-point lead. 16-12, 108. Quarter 5, 8:38.
Hasn't he become a dangerous mid-forward, hasn't he? You know, he plays that wing really well. He runs hard. He's played majority forward tonight. He's had the 20 disposals and kicked 3. He's just added to that forward group.
You have a look there too. 1, 2, 3, 5 players have had above 10 in the contested area, and Bailey Smith had 10. Jack McRae with a 12. Liberatore also with the 12, but 3 goals. Finishes well, and we saw last week when it needed to. Just thought he'd put it on the left and got the result.
Hasn't missed a game since he was drafted either. So, very reliable as neither ruck gets a touch. Bontempelli comes through. There's a free kick. It'll go to English.
Well, for a player, Ben, too, he's at 65 games. You feel that he's got far greater experience than that.
English moves it short to Dunkley. He goes short again to Liberatore. Attacking edge of the square here for the Dogs. He'll move it out to Bailey Williams. 70 from home, loops a handball over the top to Caleb Daniel, who's run on. He pulls his kick back to a central position. Shaki can't complete it. Bonner roves it off hands. Kicks Port back to the wing. Cordy drops the mark. It bounces off his chest, tracks it and cleverly paddles it back to Bailey Williams, who then dribbles it towards Caleb Daniel, and it bounced high and over his head right at the wrong moment. Out of play right in front of Aaron Bryans.
Ben, good news for fans in attendance. The rain has subsided here at the Adelaide Oval. Speaking of those fans, though, the crowd is thinning dramatically. A lot of Port fans heading for the exits.
Spun back in. One down by Laddams. Houston turns, gathers at left half back. Hand pass finds Drew. He's able to drag it in, goes back to Bergman. And he marks.
Uh-oh, look at this.
Oh, he needs to get rid of it. Norton was closing him down. He does so. Kicks to a 2-on-2 outer side. Motlop, well done against Duray. Takes the mark. Off a step, plays on. Looking for Dixon, who marks. Oh, not quite in the right forward pocket. Has it been paid? No.
Yep.
It has. Yep. Good decision too. And he's got it around about 48 out from goal. Yeah, definitely had enough on it. And the arm coming through from Cordy's after the purchase was complete.
His left knee heavily strapped. Has that been like that all game?
He's had it all year.
Jeez, Persephone, aren't I? Just got to watch the footy.
That's what you're paid for.
So hard up against the boundary. Dixon's kick's on its way. Won't quite have the carry. Off hands to the left of the goal square. Powell-Pepper gathers, tries to shrug off Bontempelli, couldn't. And then his hand pass was back towards Boak, and it's over for a throw-in deep at left full forward for Port Adelaide, kicking to the left of our broadcast position, the Cathedral or scoreboard end of this term. The Bulldogs, though, lead by 70 points.
Dixon works his way to the front. Double slaps it back to the boundary. We'll do it again. Cathedral looks a picture too, all lit up. About the only pretty sight for the Port fans tonight. 70 points, the Bulldogs' advantage. Dixon again works his way to the front. English reaches around the back, comes to Bailey Dale in front, who picks it up and kicks to the wing. Jonas arrives, fists it down, tackled quickly is Houston. There's a high free kick, it'll go to Houston.
Norton just slow to get up after getting a Jonas knee right in the kidney.
Just give him both barrels, isn't he?
And there's going to be a downfield free kick here, so Burne-Jones received the handball. He was bumped by Hannon after he kicked it. And the free kick will go downfield. It'll go to Charlie Dixon. The mark set 25 metres out on a slight angle as the rain begins to fall again.
What's happened here? Just, it's pretty soft, isn't it?
There's not much in that.
No.
So Dixon trying to double his tally. It'll be a mere consolation prize for the Portkey forward. He delivers at least. Muted celebrations around the Adelaide Oval. Back to 64 points, 16-12, 108 the Bulldogs. Port 6-8-44, 13 minutes into the fourth. Rod Jamieson, Scott Camporelli.
It's 26,500 here tonight. I think 1,500 are Western Bullies. The northern end, which Port Adelaide are kicking to now, is a good representation of the Bulldog supporters.
So, McRae and Bontempelli are currently sitting down. If you are the Western Bulldogs, we saw Melbourne do it last night. When do you decide to go, these are our four we have to look after, they sit on the bench?
You probably do it now.
Right now.
Yeah.
Well, particularly Bontempelli, he's probably sore, so there's no real value in him staying out there. He's only got to just put 1 foot wrong, and you just don't know.
So McRae and Bontempelli are sitting down alongside Wood and Johannesen. The four on the bench at the moment for the Bulldogs as Port go forward again from the restart. Amon's hand pass, though, straight towards Martin. He's had an impact tonight. Got it to Dale, who's been terrific, and then on to Duray. The kick is out towards Hunter, who tracks it towards the boundary line and marks right up against it. In front of the Max Bashir stand, directly opposite our broadcast position here at the ground. He'll go back, find Dale again.
Still 11 minutes to go in this last quarter. The heat's certainly gone out of it. The Bulldogs just holding on to possession.
Daly with his 20th disposal towards left half forward. Big pack up. In amongst them, McKenzie got a touch, I think, the telling one that saw it spoiled away and over for another throw-in.
The only challenge, guys, when you do that, probably with 11 minutes to go, the added load then goes on to the rest of the guys on the ground. So there's probably within 5 minutes, I reckon, that's when they'll pull the trigger.
Spun back in. Martin front position. Adams might have got a touch. It's not a telling one, though. Bounces around to Burn-Jones. Gives it to Wines for Port. Hand passes with the inboard runner to Drew. He'll kick across the centre circles towards the logo commentary wing. Worked it on nicely to Butters. Under pressure, somehow manufactured a kick to Gray. He'll chip it back towards Wines, who continued his run. He's at left half forward. Puts it into the left forward pocket. Gray marks.
Caleb Daniel goes to the man on the mark. Would have thought they'd probably put someone a little taller than him on it. Robbie Gray's had a quiet night, hasn't he?
Well, as we said, that whole forward group really has had a quiet night. Rosie hasn't had his best night. Butters hasn't had his best night. Fantasia, haven't hardly seen him. He's had 5 possessions. Charlie Dixon has kicked 2 goals, 1 but late in the game.
So Robbie Gray, 1 out of bounds on the full tonight. Starts the approach. Is he able to kick it? It swung late and it misses. Missing to the right-hand side, a minor score. 6-9-45. The Bulldogs are 16-12, 108. It's the Dogs by 63. 16 gone in the last.
The kick in from Dale to Duray in the left back pocket. Duray goes low around the eastern wing. Nice mark taken out there by Dunkley. Able to just hold his hands out in front, complete the mark. Josh Dunkley, talk of a move to Essendon in the last off-season. Now he plays in a grand final. He kicks forward to the wing, no mark taken. Norton able to sweep a handball to Bailey Smith. Kicks the ball inside, attacking 50 for the Dogs. There to mop up Dersma. Handball away to Bergman, who fumbles it away. It allows in Johannesen. Bergman recovers. Gets a handball out to Burton, who gets it off to Bonner. He kicks Port back to the wing. High ball, juggled around, no one able to take a mark. Eventually Bailey Dale goes and picks it up. He doesn't quite. Rosie gets involved, so Dale just soccers it back. Cordy's there to help out for the Dogs. And then Bailey Dale, a nice little step, and he'll go short into the middle of the ground and find Caleb Daniel.
Daniel has to step around Dixon. Moves it short again. On towards Duray. Duray measures the pass. Caresses it into the chest of Hunter, who marks and then decides to play on. Quickly running and then kicking to the left forward pocket. Norton flew, couldn't mark. Spilled down to Rourke Smith. Bouncing shot on goal. Tumble across the face and missed the lot from Shaki. It's over for a boundary throwing at right full forward. By the way, full time in the NRL qualifying final, the Rabbitohs have beaten the Panthers 16 points to 10 Repeating here in Adelaide, the Bulldogs by 63 points. And English has joined Bontempelli, Wood and McRae on the bench.
Lycett wins the tap to Burne-Jones, who snaps it beyond defensive 50, but Hunter will gather at left half forward. Chips for Norton in the pocket. Right there with him, McKenzie. Fists it away, out of play, will get a throw in.
Just haven't been able to get any run or rebound from the defensive area of Port Adelaide. They've transitioned, which we've seen them do at times, but the quality of player that carries the football, the way that they deliver, it certainly hasn't been there tonight.
Martin and Lycett knocked back boundary side, and we'll do it again. First time since 1954 that the Western Bulldogs and Melbourne have met in a grand final. Of course, that was the Bulldogs' only premiership before 2016. We get a rematch of 1954, if you will.
Crazy to think all that time.
Bailey Smith gets it off hands from the stoppage. Bursts away with the footy, kicks to full forward. Norton in good position. Hands to it, juggles it, completes it. 3 bites, I reckon. And Norton takes the mark, 15 out directly in front. And he can make it a tidy night for himself if he kicks his third.
Well, that sums up Port's defensive back six. I was watching Josh Shackey, the Beveridge has thrown him behind the ball as an extra just to give a little bit of support for that back. So it was essentially 2v1 at that contest, McKenzie and Jonas, and they still couldn't get it done.
So Norton comes in on the left and hits the post. Well, it's a let-off. It's a bad miss. It won't matter, which is the only reprieve for Aaron Norton. 64 points is the Bulldogs' lead.
So 9 marks tonight, Clint.
Yes, they've turned it over here, Port in their defensive 50. Hannon trying to get onto it. Thought maybe Jonas was held without it. Umpires play on. And pass forward by Johannisen, intercepted by Jonas. Now to Burton. On in turn to Dersma, to Powell-Pepper, who's at left half back. He'll kick down the line to left half forward. Waiting underneath it. Shackey knocked away from him, spills to Giray. Works it forward again. This is Scott, who under a bit of pressure from Gray, steps over the boundary line for a throw-in. Gray coming back onto the ground, so too English.
From the throw-in, Martin brings it down. Rosie emerges with the footy, kicks Port towards half forward. Boat
great tackle.
Gets a handball away, and then eventually lots of players around the footy. McRae able to get it out towards Bailey Dale, getting involved Scott. Ball pinballing around. Boat comes up and wins it again, gives it back to Rosie. Kicks Port to full forward, coming out Dixon. He can't quite take the mark. It's fisted away. Swooping onto the loose footy is Amon. He centres it back towards full forward. No mark taken there by Boat. Again down at ground level. Gardner's tackled. He stands up in it. And we'll get a ball up 40 metres out from the attacking goal for Port. 64 points the Bulldogs lead.
Throwing up. One down by Martin. Straight to Treloar. Ducked the attempted Drew tackle. Kicked up into the air. Amon sliding through. He couldn't mark. Gathered by Rosie. Back to Burne-Jones of Port. In the centre square now. He found Jonas slipping over. Riley Bonner couldn't quite get to it. Rourke Smith picked it up. Gave it back to Scott. Now to Wood. To Rourke Smith again. Hand pass to Treloar. They move it on down the outer side. McRae. Oh, they're doing it as easily as you would like the Bulldogs here. On towards Hannon. He'll thump it inside forward 50. Off hands. Who'll get to it first? Oh, it's going to be Bailey Smith. He soccers it through. The Bulldogs are into the grand final. Smith's got 4. It's going to be the Demons and the Dogs on grand final day, September 25. And they're going there in a waltz. 70 points the good. 17-13, 115 to Port, 6-9, 45. 22 gone in the last.
Well, both teams heading to the grand final are going to go in with pretty good form under their belt. But once again, Bailey Smith, I mean, he's just a star, isn't he? That's a one-on-one contest that he's won. We see it on the replay. Scotty Lycett comes back, knocks the ball forward. He's never going to win that as a running race. And Bailey Smith soccers it off the ground.
Yeah, right into the bottom left. And then he's given it The 3-point. Carmelo Anthony.
I was going to say, with a finish like that, he shouldn't be watching the NBA. He should be watching the EPL.
Bounce in the middle. I think it was the Carmelo Anthony there. We've gone from D'Angelo Russell to Mello. Is out of the middle. Come Port Adelaide. Rosie. Handball to Burton on the logo. Kicks to half forward. And the mark taken there by Bailey Williams for the Dogs. Happier with that one. Clint, that's a more family-friendly celebration there from...
You know I'm a fan. I just wasn't a fan of that, and that's tremendous.
Bailey Williams kicks forward of the wing. Looking for a mark going up. English unable to take the mark. Off hands at the back winds. Dunkley shovels out a handball to English. Out towards Anthony Scott, who gets it on to McRae. Short kick to Johannesen. And he marks 45 metres out. A slight angle to the right-hand side.
It's hard not to keep talking about how clean the Western Bulldogs have been, haven't they, too? Just when the ball's on the ground, they're able to be clean, pick it up, get it on, just to the advantage of their teammate. They've got support out the back. And the amount of players that are left foot in this side, too.
Well, and we speak so highly of Bontempelli, but Jack McRae, he's been unbelievable as well this year.
He's already got one tonight. Johannesen comes in and sprays this wide right. So behind. 17-14, 116. Plays 6-9-45, 71 points. The Bulldogs' advantage.
McKenzie moves it to aim on. Oh, that might be turned over. Almost a big collision as well. Williams charging out towards the football. Boak was coming towards the boundary line. They did bump, but Boak was able to get enough on it to see it over the boundary line with no harm done. Daniel, Bontempelli, Norton and Liberatore on the bench for the last few minutes for the Bulldogs. Lysett wins it down and gathers it himself. Got away from the Martin tackle, got a hand pass out to Amon. He looked to shovel it away again. Couldn't get it past Butters though. He lost it. Treloar gathered, wrapped up in a strong tackle, and he's been given a free kick. I beg your pardon, the free kick going against him, not getting rid of it. I'll climb up here. It'll be Wines who takes a hand pass instead to Amon, who kicks towards left half forward. Hack of about 12 up. No one could mark it. Bulldogs look to slap it between their legs through Williams. Comes to Rosie, then to Powell-Pepper to Dixon. Kicks the fat of the footballs. He tried to snap it around the body. Waiting underneath it. Good mark. Rourke Smith up. Dragged in the footy in the left back pocket. Wouldn't give them an inch, the Western Bulldogs. Their lead is 71 points over Port. 25 gone in the last.
Smith, Rourke Smith that is, sends it towards the eastern wing. Mark taken by Aliir. Now Aliir comes inboard with his kick to Butters for Port. Butters assesses what's before him, goes short inside 50 and Wines marks. 49 metres out, he takes the time to set the mark. And now he'll skip back as if he'll kick for goal.
So had an incredible season too, and going into the Brownlow, one of the clear favourites. He's had 8, this will be his 9th disposal already. I think he's had, how many in excess of 30 tonight once again. They've just been so reliant on him.
Arcs out to the right, drives it long towards goal. It goes towards the line, fisted away by Cordy. Close to the behind line. There is Bailey Williams. He keeps it in place, snaps beyond defensive 50. Off hands, it tumbles out. And we'll get a throw in. Aaron Bryant's downstairs. The Bulldogs leading by 71 points.
So, Ben, it does look like the Western Bulldogs have named their untouchable 4. Caleb Daniel, Tom Liberatore, Aaron Norton and Marcus Bontempelli. The Bont has been on the bench for 11 minutes now. The only concern from this game for the 22 out there tonight was Latham Vandermeer with a right hamstring issue. At the moment, he doesn't have any ice on it, so it was deemed hamstring tightness. So hopefully he'll be available for the grand final.
Porter able to work it inside their forward 50, but mopped up almost by Duray, and then he lost it, stolen by Gray. Duray goes in again, tackles him. Gray got a hand pass out to Boak, who slipped over as he was trying to get a hand pass away. Still was able to get it out, and then Rourke Smith picked it up for the Bulldogs and sends it beyond defensive 50. It's off hands, down to Bergman though. Hand passes inboard. This is Butters, kicks into the middle of the ground to Burn-Jones. Burn-Jones will switch. It comes out to Bonner, and Bonner will hold position for a moment. He'll look to put it inside forward 50. Big pack there, off the hand. Shaki got back. Tapped out in the direction of Treloar by Johannesen. Picked up by Powell-Pepper. Hand passes over the top to Duursma. Moves it on to Wines, and Wines hand pass intercepted. The Dogs will clear.
They clear, and there's a free kick.
Yeah, Powell-Pepper just being silly too. Treloar, like he lined him up for some time. He's going back to have a chat. There's less than a minute to go, and he's just always got it in him to do something silly like that.
Oh, he smashed Treloar after Treloar had cleared it. Adam Treloar is up and okay, which is a good sign as Hannon takes the kick. He kicks it over the pack, and Lycett is able to mark just backward of the wing. Western side of the ground. He kicks towards half forward. No mark taken. Ball spills out to Wines. Socket forward there by Treloar. Picked up by Aliir. Aliir kicks Port back inside attacking 50. No mark taken. Ball spills at the back. And the Bulldogs again from outside the top four and into the grand final. The two best teams for most of the year, the D's and the Dogs, will contest the grand final. They end Port season to the tune of 71 points.
Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West.
Bailey Smith showed he's a superstar again. He kicked 4. Mitch Hannon booted 3. Norton and Bontempelli with 2 apiece. And then Treloar, Shackey, Rourke Smith and Johannesson added the extras. For Port Adelaide, Dixon with 2. Bonner, Wines, Houston and Marshall the other goal kickers. But it was all about the Bulldogs. A huge win by them, up by 71 points.
White and blue, we come out snarling, Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar, we give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed, we're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed, the team.
Training runs, who needs them? The Western Bulldogs doing it easily in the end. And in a weekend of preliminary final thumpings, when Melbourne yesterday had their biggest ever win over Geelong, the Bulldogs get on the podium, their third biggest win over Port Adelaide in meetings between the clubs. The Bullies into another grand final, their first since their flag season of 2016. What do we make of things? Well, I've got a sneaking suspicion what you're going to say. Scott Camporelli and Rod Jamieson, our premiership experts on Grandstand AFL.
Well, it started in that first quarter, didn't it, really, in terms of whether the Bulldogs got off to that great start. They really flexed their muscles around the contest and it didn't ease up from there. I mean, you only got to go through the numbers and that tells the story. Plus 30 contested possession, plus 37 in ground ball, plus 8 in clearance, plus 12 inside 50s. There's the ball game, really. The pleasing thing for the Bulldogs, 13 goals, 9 from turnover they kicked against Port Adelaide, who's one of the better defensive teams in the competition. So they're going to be right in it in 2 weeks' time, no doubt about that, if they bring that sort of level of attack on the contest and also the way they move the ball. But I guess, guys, the pleasing thing for me was the way the Bulldogs executed what Luke Beveridge wanted. I mean, that was a clear focus going into the game around trying to lower their eyes, trying to make Port Adelaide defenders defend. We saw Shackey go and do that job on Aliir and try and hold him out of the contest. He had no influence on the game, Aliir Aliir, which we thought he may do if the pressure is good enough through the middle of the ground from Port Adelaide. But the Bulldogs midfield just got hold of him really at the end of the day, and it was a weight of numbers. Probably other than Ollie Wines and Riley Bonner, to be fair, that there wasn't too many winners on the ground for Port Adelaide.
No, I have to agree with that. And when you have a look where the Bullies have come from, their last 3 home and away games too, where they lost to Port, albeit it was only 2 points. They lost to the Hawks. It was their lowest score for the year. Prior to that, they lost to Essendon. And then they went into the elimination against Essendon too and really turned that around. They won by 7 or 8 goals in that particular one, and then they get over on Brisbane by 1 point, plus all the travelling, plus they've come here to Adelaide Oval, where Port Adelaide, majority of people thought were going to be an absolute clear standout and clear winner. They've just monstered Port Adelaide, absolutely. And, gee, with the amount of players that got a lot of the football, again, they weren't relying on a few, the amount of goal scorers that they needed to. There was 10 in the end. Mitch Hannon, what an outstanding first half that he had when he went going. Bailey Smith-Clint you spoke about, but Aaron Norton, I think he wasn't prolific tonight, but he did the job that he had to. And again, I just thought the way they handled Aliir Aliir when they went down there, if it was, Shaki had to do it, Tim English had to do it, and then Norton a little bit, but predominantly, Mackenzie had him for most of the night. But
6 contested marks, Norton.
Yeah.
That's a fair night out.
Yeah.
In terms of what he'd been able to do. And he launched at the ball, didn't he?
Yeah.
He looked dangerous. The numbers don't necessarily, only 11 possessions and 2 goals, but he looked really dangerous when he just crashed the pack. And what was it, 10 individual goal scorers from the Bulldogs. I mean, that's spreading the load, and that's what you need to do. We were probably worried about it going in, but they've certainly put a line through that.
Spoke about the midfield, their ability and how deep they go with the amount of football that they can acquire and then how they use the football. But huge compliments to the defence of the Western Bulldogs. Just that third quarter, Port Adelaide threw everything at them, and albeit they got, 2 early goals, and then they weren't able to get much more. 2-4, and they weren't able to capitalise. Towards the end, the Western Bulldogs were able to equal that out. And I would have thought at that time, Port Adelaide going into three-quarter break, just going, there's not much more we can do here tonight.
The clean sweep curse happens again.
Happens again. How often does it happen? Happens again.
Every time.
And I have to read this out because this stuff makes me laugh. Well done, Latif, who quite rightly rubs it in our faces here in the box. Guys, all of you who gave predictions regarding the game between the Power and the Bulldogs are fired. All day, no one gave the Mighty Doggies the slightest of chances. Shame on you. Go Doggies. Just another reminder that history is repeating. It's a fair cop, Latif. We accept that.
Well, I'll go and be a weatherman then, because I know I can get that wrong almost every day.
That's exactly right. We're like the broken clock. We're right twice a day from time to time. That is something no one predicted. Only those... And we actually got a sense, ridiculous as this sounds, that there was an overall feeling of confidence. The way that Rowan Smith spoke to us before the game. Like, they were up and about the Bulldogs. No, that doesn't matter. No, we're not worried about this. No, we haven't spoken about this sort of stuff. They had a genuine feeling they could come here and win tonight. But I'll say what I said at the very start of the broadcast. Although it is so lopsided, 71 points, this is one of the great wins from the Bulldogs, this preliminary final win. You touched on a bit of it too. They lost their last 3 games of the season.
Yep.
They dropped out of the 4 with almost one of the last kicks of the year. They've had to fight from 5th. They've had to travel, as I said, more often than the Leyland brothers did. And then they didn't get to have a training session like they wanted to on this ground. And then they've come out and they have absolutely annihilated Port Adelaide. And, they're no slouches, Port. They're a damn good reason they finished in second spot. They have been monstered by around the contested ball tonight and taking their opportunities in front of goal by a Bulldogs team that were just desperate to win.
I think Rowan Smith, he said they've used 44 players.
41.
41.
It's the highest in the AFL this year.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, again, we talk about more recently the last 4 to 5 weeks, but then you've got to be able to do it and hang in there throughout the year. And if you're bleeding half your list and there's injuries and then you've got to fill it and you just got to keep adding and then... So to be able to balance that throughout the year to get where they have...
Well, I don't know how you guys look at this from your perspective, but I always have a view for teams that are able to keep the majority of their group together on the park. And we saw that last night. Melbourne had 10 players of their group that had played in every game. The Bulldogs, just throw that out as well, the Bulldogs have had 3 that have played in every game. So again, one of those things normally you go, you look at these points. No.
But they've had a few
doesn't mean anything to this group.
They've had a few that have played, 23. They've missed
That's
one
true.
or 2. But, yeah, but again, I hear what you're saying. I read with interest, too, that There were 5 players that played for Melbourne last night that weren't even born when the last time that Melbourne played in their grand final.
Cosy Pickett. There's a few of those guys, absolutely.
So in terms of where they're heading, and like to have these two, it's almost the dream match, isn't it, for the AFL to be able to have the Bulldogs and Melbourne? And would you say 54, was it, the last
54.
time that these two were together?
And I think the 2 best midfields is what we get, isn't it? So particularly when Steph Martin's there, that's mouth-watering when you get Bontempelli and also Petrarca, Oliver against the likes of Dunkley, Treloar. It just doesn't get much better than that.
We'll make the hard decision now too, because Rowan Smith said that Alex Keith would probably be the chance if they made it. He would be available for the...
Very, very surprised if he's not there, which I wrote down. So it'd be interesting, won't it?
Well,
he goes out, and then you got Cody Waitman.
Well, you'd think Gardner came in, I guess, tonight. He was okay, but, I mean, Alex Keith's been their number 1 defender all year.
Let's just head downstairs. Huge celebrations for the Bulldogs. Aaron's there.
Amazing atmosphere down in the ground, Clint. There's about a couple of 100 fans for the Bulldogs here supporting the team as they head down the race. They waited for their coach, Luke Beveridge, who had TV commitments, and they're now heading down to celebrate what will be yet another grand final appearance under their most recent coach. Luke Beveridge makes his way down to the rooms with the side, and we'll catch up with Adam Treloar very shortly to hear all the fallout.
Nice touch from the captain, Marcus Bontempelli, as well, who stood there and gathered the group together as they waited for the coach, and then made sure everyone paid tribute to the small group of supporters who they gave it their best tonight despite being completely outnumbered, and then took them down the tunnel when Beveridge had finished his commitments, as Aaron said. It's a huge win for the Bulldogs by 71 points, 17-14, 116 to 6-9-45. With you for another half an hour or so here on ABC Grandstand. Sorry, completely confused for a moment. We'll go down into the rooms in just a second. We'd love to hear from you. 0437 774 774 0437 774 774 if you'd like to give us your comments, your thoughts, and now your predictions. What happens in a fortnight's time? Here's the Bulldogs song. The wonderful unpredictability of sport. For the second time in 6 years, the Bulldogs are through to a grand final after finishing outside of the top 4. And again, they've had to do it the hard way, fighting through from various locations. They now head back to Perth to gear up to take on the Demons.
He's building a fair resume, Luke Beveridge. He's in his 7th season as coach, and he's finished in the top 8 on 5 occasions, won a premiership, and now gets into another grand final.
And I wonder now, Melbourne have gone win, buy, play, buy, grand final. Bulldogs a little bit more form. I think they'll be well served probably by the week off. Bontempelli a week to rest that seemingly sore knee. Didn't seem to trouble him tonight. With all of the travel, a chance to settle down in Perth. They'll get out of quarantine. Does that count for something come grand final day? Is it too inconsistent for the D's and more consistent for the Bulldogs?
Oh, not really sure. We probably went down that track that the Bulldogs travelled so much, and they dispelled that rumour tonight, that theory tonight as well. But Melbourne, they look really sharp. They were running on top of the ground last night, so they'll be. They're pretty good, the high-performance teams, in terms of making sure that they get the right amount of load in their training, and they'll do some contested work. They'll do some game simulation stuff. But, there'll be some happy Bulldogs boys, no doubt, that will be able to rest up and at least have a lighter week this week. They might even have a couple of days just to not do anything and just get themselves going, and you don't want to peak too early. But it's going to be a long 2 weeks, isn't it? It's something different for everyone, instead of the one thing about prelims, having been a coach and a player, and Gemma, you've been there as well, you go from utter relief, knowing that you got it, to all of a sudden now it's an opportunity. And for 2 weeks, you've got to think about that opportunity, whereas previously you've only got a week. There's a big build-up, you train, you get into it, there's a grand final parade, and then game on, let's go. But the 2-week break, it just rolls in and it drags on just a little bit more. And being in Perth, and you guys are from there, no different than Adelaide, it'll be top topic for the whole 2 weeks that they're there.
So we're in uncharted territory. This has never happened before. The bye before a grand final. How would you approach it if you were at the football club, both of these football clubs? How do you approach it about when do you have your big hit-out sessions? How do you decide to ease off? What do you do to keep them mentally fresh? They'll both, Melbourne are now out of lockdown, so they have a major advantage, I would think, on that one. But then maybe that's a distraction. They get to go out and about, where the Bulldogs will go back into lockdown in Perth for another 7 days. What's the things you would put in place if you were in that role for either the likes of Beveridge or, of course, Simon Goodwin?
Yeah, well, they're two different, aren't they? They're the two different scenarios. So from a Melbourne point of view, I would expect that they'll keep their loads up and going because they haven't had the games into them in terms of the physical load. So I would suggest they had a bit of time off after they won the first qualifying final. So I would imagine that they'll keep going. They'll get going. They'll understand what their loads are. They'll still have some major restriction around quarantining in terms of not being able to go out too much, and cafes and all those things. They'll be completely out just in case there's a hot spot. You could. I mean, that's what we're dealing with, I guess, fraught with danger with this 2-week spell is, God forbid, if someone's at a hot spot and they're down at one of the cafes or they're down there having a coffee, So, but from a Bulldogs perspective, they'll need a little break. There's no doubt about that. And I think they'll probably maybe fly back into Perth tomorrow, I would imagine. They'll probably have a couple of days just to recover. They're in quarantine anyway. There won't be a lot. There'll be maybe some light touch work. Hopefully they'll be able to get into the water and get themselves going. They'll probably start cranking up probably by the end of this week coming, sort of Friday, and then they'll work from 7 days back from the grand final. So different preparation, and then obviously depending on what their commitments are around the week of the final in terms of media commitments and those sort of things, they'll go from there. But I guess one thing about being in quarantine or the way they're doing it, they're probably going to have less of those distractions compared to what you normally would going into a grand final week. But two completely different scenarios. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. But I think, short answer, Melbourne I think will keep going. They'll get continuity because I think they do need that because it does drop off occasionally. But the Bulldogs, I think they'll need a rest.
Whereabouts are they staying in Perth?
Melbourne are up at Joondalup. I'm not sure where the Bulldogs are. Geelong are at the Trade Winds down at Fremantle. I'd have to find that one out. Yeah. It may be at the city. A lot of the clubs who weren't able to use one of those places were staying around Crown. And then you just bus it and train on the Northern Oval at Perth Stadium, which is just kept aside for those purposes. And Joondalup, you've got easy access to where West Perth train at Joondalup Arena, and Geelong decided to operate out of Fremantle, the Trade Winds. You've got East Fremantle Oval just down the road. So yeah, I'd have to check on that, but I would imagine they had to be in the city because Melbourne have said, well, they planted their flag. Well, it's red and blue territory, which is West Perth's colours, so that's where they are up north. But yeah, it's a good question. We might ask when we have a chat to them later on.
Just following on from Campo's point, I think you would reflect now back on how I think the Bullies, they'd probably want it this way. I really don't like the bye at all, even where it was like at the end of the home and away season, because it takes away the advantage that the top 2 or top 4 teams have because they've been able to achieve that throughout the year. It allows the other teams that extra week to rehabilitate and have a rest and then get their group back together again. I probably don't mind it because you've got 2 teams that now are on level pegging and they've finished where they have and they probably deserve the break. However, it's and when you have a look at, Melbourne got through okay. The Bullies probably wouldn't mind. Oh, there was one Melbourne. What was the defender?
Stephen May.
No, the one that pulled out prior to the game as well. I reckon whether he would come up to...
Oh, Joel Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said they expect him to be right for the grand final.
So there you go. So you're getting, your full complement.
It's the NFL model. That's where they've gone. But I guess you look at this year and trying to get the season done.
Yeah.
You just think that they go, let's not worry about that this year. Let's get the season done and dusted.
Yeah.
Let's get it into the history books. Let's get it and let's get out of here. You know, like they've done so much, the AFL and the clubs and the players and everything, just to get it done. And yet we're going to run the gauntlet, so to speak, for 2 weeks. It just doesn't make sense.
I did ask the question about that, and the answer that we were given back was it could happen at any time. So there is a chance, and this is the way that WA approaches things, it could happen next week. They lock WA down for 4 days, and then they're out of lockdown and they can play the week afterwards. So I absolutely agree with what you're saying.
I'm with you, Camp.
That was the question that I threw up. Why wouldn't you just get the season done? So I think they've just decided to give themselves... I also think there was a little bit of a concern that maybe throughout the finals there might be an issue, and it gave what was put in place as a bye, it might have given a week to sort of stretch them out if there were other things in place. I don't mind in a regular season. I actually don't mind a bye before the grand final for the reason that you've spoken about. Both teams then go in with hopefully they're fully rested. The concussion rule, as we saw here in Adelaide with Chelsea Randall, is something that hangs over everyone. Could you imagine this? We don't have a bye. Max Gawn cops a head knock and then has to come off. And because of the concussion rules, 12 days he can't play. Well, that's not an issue if you're fit to play if there's that fortnight break. So if we are, and we should, take head knocks seriously, so you have to sit out 12 days. But imagine someone like Max Gawn missing a grand final because he's got that 12-day rule.
I appreciate what you're saying, but it's almost like, you know, if an umpire makes that decision in a grand final, at the, you know, calls it the grand... So it's... I hear clearly. And then Chelsea Randall was the probably the perfect example of that too, because, you know, but there is always a hard luck story, and there's going to be. You've got a couple of both sides going in. You've got blokes that are going to come back. There's going to be one or two that are going to miss out.
And there is one which I've just seen. So Josh Bruce, who won't be there for the Western Bulldogs, there was footage of them holding up the phone with Josh Bruce on FaceTime and him celebrating from home with the team. So that's a hard luck story. He won't be there for the grand final. He'll miss out, unfortunately, but had a moment at least to celebrate with the team.
Well, it's so. I mean, I can share my own experience with that in '97. You know, Mods does his knee, misses that, comes back, and then walked out on the club. You know, like in '98, so he missed both, and it's just hard to.
Rue was the same, didn't he? Rue missed.
Well, they smashed him. They smashed him in '97 and blew up both his groins. I think he came equal third in the Brownlow that year too, and missed the granny.
0437 774 774 if you'd like to get in touch with us. I don't know if you know Rob Jamo, but I've got some spare Bulldogs merch for you, he says, just letting you know.
I think he's a work colleague, yes, and I've got a text to say I can't believe he didn't pick the Bullies. So I'm thinking that's who it might be.
Muzza says we've got the Bulldogs and the Demons in the WAFL as well. No, we don't. Not in the finals, I guarantee you that, unfortunately, for the Demons in the WAFL. Let's head downstairs. Aaron Bryans, welcome along. How good was that? What are the rooms like?
Clint, I'm joined by Caleb Daniel down here on the boundary line. Caleb, firstly, congratulations. It felt like the world was against you tonight. You overcame so many obstacles, and in the end, it was a really dominant performance. How did you get it done?
It was a little bit like that, I suppose. Being away from home for 3 weeks or whatever it's been challenging, but it really galvanises a group, and you spend a lot of time with guys and get to build those strong relationships, which was pretty instrumental tonight. And we were able to come out, play our brand of footy, and get the job done against a really good Port side, and their supporters really brought it. But what minimal doggy supporters there were, they were really loud too, so it was awesome. Speaking of those strong connections, we just heard that you had Josh Bruce on FaceTime in the team song. Whose initiative was that? We've been doing it a fair bit since Juicy's done his knee, so after every game, every win, we'll get him on the FaceTime, and he's been a massive part of our journey this year and last year, and he stayed in Melbourne, and the rest of the group came with us, so as much as we can get him involved, as much as we can, it's been huge, and he's awesome and he's pumped, and we love seeing his face. For you personally, how are you feeling after the result? You got dumped in a marking contest where you're a bit sore in the ribs and you've got some ice on your left knee as well. How are you shaping up? Yeah, I'm all good. I'm all good, mate. I just landed on the footy, lost a bit of wind, but nothing a couple of weeks, and grand final can't fix.
Let's head upstairs and join our experts, Rod Jamieson and Scott Camperelli.
Caleb, congratulations and all the best in 2 weeks' time. Really dominant performance by your football club, and particularly through that midfield. Were they thrown a challenge to really get hold of the Port Power midfield early in the game? Because it certainly worked.
Yeah, our mids have been tremendous all year. You know, we probably had a lapse there in the last sort of 3 or 4 rounds of the home and away season, but the way they've come out in the finals and performed, and yeah, it's been tremendous. So I suppose it was put on them at the start of the finals, and the way that they've sort of come out and reacted to that has been huge. And I think the addition of Steph Martin, you know, he's probably a little bit underdone, but the way that he can just compete and control that ruck, and obviously we got some really handy mids underneath him, and they just went to work and really played their brand and allowed us defenders to sort of set up the way that we wanted.
And I guess we were all concerned up here before the game around where the goals were going to come from. Not sure whether you guys felt that way as well, but 10 individual goal kickers certainly dispelled that theory.
Yeah, you got to have different avenues to goal, and we can't just be a one-trick pony in the way that, you know, the boys up the forward line were able to compete and bring the ball to ground, and then when it was on the ground, bring that source pressure and use their skill and creativity to kick scores. So, they were awesome up forward, and can't praise them high enough.
Caleb, Rod Jamieson, congratulations, all the best. We were just talking about when you reflect, I mean, it's been a challenge the last 3 or 4 weeks for you. Went into the finals, you had 3 straight losses, and then you've had 3 straight wins, and you've been on the road. But has it been better to play each week, do you think, or week on, week off type scenario? Do you have a thought on that?
To be honest, I'm not too sure. The only time I've gone deep in the finals, we've played every week and, you know, had to play an elimination final. So I'm not too sure, but it's probably just as good. You can find your form, and we certainly did that, I suppose. In that Essendon game in the last half, we were able to come out, play our way, and then, you know, put them to the sword, I suppose, in scoring positions, and sort of it just flowed on from there. So in that respect, yeah, I guess we're pretty happy to have played every week so far.
The depth of your midfield and how clean you were tonight, yourself as well, but your team majority of the time, and even when Port Adelaide did win it, you were able to negate it, get it back off them too. I thought that was probably a clear area where you won significantly.
Yeah, like I said, our mids were huge. The way they were able to use the footy, as well as put that source pressure on and be able to, you know, negate what Port Adelaide is a strength. So I suppose, yeah, we got to put full credit to our mids and the way that they were able to bring that source pressure and strip the opponent as well. You
played Melbourne in round 19. It wasn't that long ago, and you won by 20 points too. So I'm sure you would have watched them last night.
Yeah, it was on. I don't watch too much footy. I watched the first half, and that was enough for me. They looked like they were on song. So, yeah, we'll go through that game, I dare say, and how they performed, and look to combat them.
We'll have to let Caleb go. We'll have to let Caleb go, but congratulations again on the win, Caleb, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time in Perth.
No, thanks, guys.
Good on you, Aaron. Thank you very much, Caleb. Downstairs, Caleb Daniel joining us from the Western Bulldogs.
Did he say, Clint, he doesn't watch too much footy?
Yeah. He did. It's a disgrace.
They're increasingly like that these days.
Yeah, right.
This doesn't sit well with me either, Jamo.
No. I mean, I guess if you surround yourself with it all the time, you want to get away from it.
To be fair, and you're exactly right, and having been involved, even as a coach, sometimes you're sitting there going, I know it's my job, but sometimes Friday night or whatever, you just sit there, you've actually had a guts full of it, you know, because you've gone, you've reviewed, you've trained, you're opposition, you know, there's meetings after meetings, like it actually becomes quite tedious at the end. And to be fair, I was probably a bit like Caleb. You watch the first half, get a bit of a feel for things and go, oh, that's enough, I've seen enough, and, you know, there's nothing new to see here, and you move on and get yourself prepared for your own performance or your own coaching role.
While the rest of us are trying to work out how we can convince our wives and girlfriends and partners, how can we squeeze in another game across this weekend?
Yeah, well, my wife's put up with a lot in terms of that. So
I've seen two prelim finals this weekend. Tomorrow I'll go home, have a little bit of work to do, and then I'll go and watch an Ammo's grand final as well. Every opportunity that you can possibly do.
Lucky enough, we're back here tomorrow to do the SNFL finals. They start. So, yeah, a couple of games tomorrow.
Let's touch base with the Port Adelaide camp. Very different emotions. I would imagine Ken Hinkley, some of his press conference.
And the obvious question is, why would that happen when everything seemed to be well placed for Port Adelaide to do something special tonight?
I totally agree. We had what we needed. We had the build-up we wanted, and we came out and got blown off the park very early by the Bulldogs. They put us under enormous pressure around the ball. They put it forward, they turned it into goals, and then we started, we had to start chasing everything because it was a prelim final. There was no tomorrow when you're in that position. You have to go for stuff, which turns the game into probably as big a disaster as it was by the end of it, because we're not sitting there just accepting, wanting to get beat.
Is there anything rolling through your head as to why that unravelled that way so early?
It's probably not the perfect time for me to talk too much about what happened early, because when you get into this stage of the year and it's a prelim final, there's so many emotions that are going on, and what you need and what you want and what you hope and wish for at the end of tonight, we got nowhere near what that was. And, so it's probably needs a bit of time to digest and think clearly through it. But we have no excuses. We have no reasons that were outside of our control. We have what we needed and we just didn't perform.
And is there a reason why you chose that starting midfield rotation with Boak, Gray and Wines, and when everyone had expected Willem Drew to be in there at the very beginning? That's
what we start with most weeks. Willem Drew always starts on the interchange for us for every game almost, I reckon. It's not an unusual starting lineup for us.
Can the disparity in early contested possessions, ground ball gets, where you've been so strong all year, can you put your finger on a reason? I know you've just said that you probably need time to digest it, but what's your gut feel about why there was such a disparity in an area you've been so good at?
Yeah, again, it's give us some time to go through that and look through that. But you're right, with the numbers, everyone was telling us that, our contested possession is critical to us. But what we've seen when we have been beaten is that's the number that causes us the most grief without knowing, going through it in every detailed bit of play at the moment. It's clear that when we lose our spot in there, that becomes a damaging part of the game for us.
You used the word disaster, Ken. Can you? I know it's hard straight after the game, but have you got any explanation for why it was such a lackluster performance?
No, I'm not being at all disrespectful. That's the third question around why. And as I said, the very first answer was at the moment it's probably not the right time for me to give you clarity on that, other than state you the obvious that the numbers that were important to us went south very quickly and Bulldogs turned them into score, and they put the scoreboard pressure on us, and they've done that to us in the 3 games that we've played them. I'm not hiding away from that. They've been able to get starts each time, twice here and once in Melbourne. Or we know and we expect, we look at that every part of that leading into it. As I said, we have preparation time. We had great preparation time to have it right. We failed when we didn't need to, and we needed not to fail.
And what does this group have to do next? Well, how do you deal with this one, where we know in the past some of these results can bring teams down pretty hard?
Yeah, well, they do because there's such a big outcome for you, and everyone strives. Everyone starts at this footy club believing we want to win and we're capable of winning the premiership in 2021. And when you get to this stage and you fall short by one step to make it to that final game, it does hurt. It hurt last year, and the margin was 6 points. It hurts every year when you get to this stage, and you've got to just continue to work at it, and you've got to continue to improve. And all our players, young and old, just need to continue to work to get better, and know that every year, if you're not prepared to turn up and work hard to get back to the opportunity, it becomes, as you said, it becomes an easy drop-off for you if you're not willing to work.
Ken Hinkley, coach of Port Adelaide, in his press conference after his side, for the second year in a row, bows out at the preliminary final stage of the season. The Western Bulldogs beating Port by 71 points, 17-14, 116 to Port Adelaide's 6-9-45 in front of a crowd of 26,400. Ben Cameron, let's wrap all the statistics up and go through some of the numbers.
I'll give it a full run. So the disposals overall, Port Adelaide 369, Western Bulldogs 367. Contested possessions, Bulldogs plus 30. The tackles in the end, 72 to 58 the way of Port. The clearances plus 6 for the Western Bulldogs. The inside 50s, 60 to 48 the way of the Dogs. Leading ball winners on the ground, Ollie Wines, one of the Brownlow favourites. 38 disposals, 16 contested possessions, 4 marks for him, 5 tackles, 7 clearances. For the Dogs, Jackson McRae with 36 disposals, or Jack McRae, 36 disposals, 14 contested possessions, Bailey Dale, 24, and then Boak with 24 for Port Adelaide.
Football can be so cruel on so many levels. Just saw a stat come up, and I just say this because it's been presented, but second year in a row, all Melbourne grand final, second year in a row, it won't be played in Melbourne. And my hearts do go out genuinely. Richmond and Geelong supporters have had some success. The Bulldogs not that long ago, but to the Melbourne supporters who'll be desperately looking on, wishing that they could get into WA, it's still going to be a wonderful moment. But yeah, for everyone involved in the red and the blue who would love to be there, football can be so cruel sometimes.
I think I love the MCG. It's my favourite ground by a mile. Humbly been lucky enough to play there and win one. But look, I think at the start of last year, didn't it? There was a lot of discussion whether the premiership would mean as much than what it had been done prior. And in fact, everyone sort of agreed that it was probably one of the greatest wins. And here we are again. You're going to do, again, I think the same. Like if the Western Bulldogs get up, and again, we've spoken ad nauseum around what they've had to accomplish and achieve in the last 5 weeks.